right, I will call this meeting of the Interim Judiciary Committee to order. And let's start off by having our esteemed staff call the roll, please.
Senator Harris.
Present.
Senator Pickard.
I'm here.
Assemblywoman Krasner.
Here.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Here.
Assemblywoman Wynn.
Here.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Here.
Chair Scheibel.
Here. Thank you. We have everybody present, and we also have plenty of guests joining us today on the Zoom for the meeting who will be able to make presentations and comments. And I also know that there are always a number of people who join us virtually via our YouTube stream or via the legislative website. And I want you to know that we appreciate you being here. Just a couple of housekeeping matters and reminders. To those people who are watching, you can see us, but we can't see you. So if you want to participate, you'll have to join us for a public comment. There are instructions on our website to either call in or send an email, or you can even fax us with your comments, and those will be added to the record. Today, we are going to be reviewing a couple of different items. We're going to be talking about the approaches to combat human trafficking here in the state of Nevada. And before we kick that off, I want to do, again, a little bit of housekeeping and let everybody know that we've been receiving really positive feedback about having produced the timeline and the work plan for the year to come. And it looks like there is already going to be one small change. Right now, it looks like we're going to be moving the presentation and discussion with the Department of Corrections from the March meeting to the June meeting. This will be updated online, and some of you already know this. And consequently, we will be having a presentation from gaming in our March meeting, and we will also be having a presentation from the court system at our meeting in March. And so if there's anybody who wants to contribute to that conversation about the gaming, who has questions about gaming or ideas, thoughts, please reach out to Senator Pickard and myself, and we'll be sure to get you included in those conversations. If anybody has ideas or questions or wants to talk about the court system, please contact me and our our Interim Judiciary staff, and we'll make sure to get you included. And I just wanted to also remind everybody and clarify that as we have these meetings, the agendas, first of all, are not set in stone. We can always adjust. And also, it's not your one chance and then it's gone. If there is something that comes up after a meeting has already occurred, if there's something that you want to talk about, for example, with the courts coming up in March, if you have an idea, but maybe you're not ready to present it to the group in March, reach out anyway. Let's discuss it. We can put it on a future agenda. We can find the appropriate place to put it. The agenda or the roadmap is exactly that. It's a roadmap to give us an idea of what we're going to discuss on different dates, but it doesn't mean that we can't deviate from that plan and that there isn't always time to have a conversation about an issue. And we can even touch the same issue more than once throughout this committee, because the idea here is not just to vet bills themselves, but to vet ideas and figure out, going into the 2023 session, what are the policies that we want to pass and implement. And I think that brings us up to date on all of the housekeeping matters. I want to give a special thanks to Assemblywoman Marzola, who has been working really hard with all of our stakeholders and our staff to get ready for this meeting. And I do want to give you the chance, Assemblywoman Marzola, if you want to give a brief overview, tell the members of the committee what we can expect today. Now would be a good time, but you don't have to if it's not in your plan.
It was not in my plan, but I do want to say, thank you to all the presenters today. We tried to bring all the stakeholders to the table. I want to thank everybody for taking the time to meeting with me, either in person or virtual. I know this kind of moved really fast, so I appreciate everyone being here today. Chairwoman stated, we're going to talk about some really heavy subjects today: domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking. But the presenters are phenomenal. This is what they do every single day. So I think we're going to learn a lot today. What goes on day to day, what has been going on since some of the bills passed last session, and some statistics that will definitely make us think. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Senator.
Fantastic. Before we move to our first presentation, we are going to have our first public comment period. I will hand it over to broadcast. If you could please let me know if there's anybody on the line for public comment.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your telephone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning.
Please
Tanya Brown, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I have provided you with an attachment, an order dismissing appeal filed on November 28, 2011. For a possible future agenda and discussion. This appeal came by way of a previous order on a petition for exoneration. This petition for exoneration was filed at the after the death of my innocent brother, who had always maintained his innocence and was wrongfully convicted. Just prior to his death in 2009, the Honorable District Court Judge, Brent Adams, issued an order to the Washoe County District Attorney, Dick Gammett, to turn over the entire file in that case. When the file was turned over, the handwritten notes of the prosecuting attorney showed that he never turned over any of the materiality or exculpatory evidence that was favorable to the defense. Mr. Klein passed away just prior to his attorney filing a motion for new trial and bail. In 2011, Mr. Klein's attorney filed a petition for exoneration on the newly discovered evidence that was found in the DA's file. The district court justice dismissed the petition because it lacked jurisdiction. It was appealed to the Nevada Supreme Court, and the order dismissing the appeal, they say, quote, "This is an appeal from the district court denying a petition for exoneration, Second Judicial District Court, Washoe County, Brent T. Adams Judge. We previously noted a potential jurisdiction defect that no statute or court rule appears to provide for an appeal from the district court's order and directed appellant to show cause why this should not be dismissed. Excuse me. In response, appellant asserts that this is an appeal from the final judgment relying on an NRAP 38B. Appellant's reliance on NRAP 38B is misplaced. That rule governs appeals in civil actions, and appellant's petition for exoneration was filed in the criminal action. Here, the final appealable judgment in the underlying criminal case was a judgment of conviction. Alternatively, appellant suggests that as the highest court in Nevada, we should recognize a petition for exoneration even where the defendant is deceased, and presumably recognize that an order denying such a petition is appealable. We cannot do that. Contrary to appellant's suggestion that this court is the only body in the state of Nevada that we can set the course for petitions for exoneration after death. It is for the legislature to create a cause of action or remedy and provide for an appeal. I have provided you, I will be providing you with the remedy, but I will read some of it. And I have, last meeting, I provided you with some additional information. Today, I've got a petition for factual innocence posthumously, discoveries, and compensation. But the remedy for a petition for exoneration posthumously would be, one, when a person has been incarcerated within the Nevada Department of Corrections or county jails who have passed away while in custody or have been released from their incarceration while maintaining his or his innocence throughout his or her criminal and court proceedings, or claims he or she were coerced into making a false confession, the administrator or executor of their estate or relatives of the decedent may file a petition for factual innocence posthumously if one or more of the following exists. A, that prior to the decedent's death, the decedent became aware of newly discovered evidence that had been withheld by the prosecution, but due to his or her untimely death, no motions for new trial or petitions could be filed. B, the decedent's administrator, executor, or the decedent's relatives becomes aware of the newly discovered evidence after the decedent's death and is in possession of that evidence or knows where that evidence can be found. C, the decedent who has filed a petition with the courts and courts did not fully address each and every ground that was raised in his or her petition for relief, or were procedurally barred by the statute of limitations, or were affected by the statutory tolling of the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, also known as the AEDPA limitations period. D, when newly discovered evidence that could be presented that will demonstrate to the courts that the Brady violations by a member of the District Attorney's Office, Public Defender, Private Attorney, Law Enforcement Agency. E, the decedent's administrator, executor, or relatives can show evidence that a conviction was based on perjured testimony by any prosecution's witness. F, that if any member of the District Attorney, Public Defender, Private Attorney, or Law Enforcement Agency commits perjury, whether it is in testimony or court proceedings and filings that resulted in the decedent's petition being denied and upheld by the courts as a result of that perjury. G, if the district attorney cannot prosecute a person for perjury because they are procedurally barred by the statute of limitations to charge that person. H, if the materiality or exculpatory evidence was not presented at trial, but was discovered after trial, and all of this in his or her court proceedings had been exhausted and are barred by the statute.
Did you submit all of this in the attachment as well?
I will.
Okay.
I can do that as well.
That would be great. We're a little bit past 3 minutes at this point. We do normally limit public comment. I know I forgot to mention it at the beginning, but if you could wrap up.
Okay, I will finish the one part,
okay,
if you don't mind, and then I'll finish up at the end. So I would be, or any court proceedings that would have been filed, however, had not been yet been filed due to his or her untimely death. And then I will finish the rest up at the end of the second meeting. It deals with the discovery, which was Nolan's Law, and I think that definitely should be changed. Thank you, and I look forward to this to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I just mentioned, having forgotten to mention it earlier, public comment is limited to 3 minutes at a time, but of course you're welcome to submit additional comments in writing, and I always look at those, and I encourage the members of the committee to also review those in their entirety. Broadcast, is there anybody else on the line for public comment?
Yes, ma'am. One moment while I queue them up. Caller, please proceed.
Good morning. This is Kendra Birchie with the Washoe County Public Defender's Office. On behalf of myself and John Pirro with the Clark County Public Defender's Office, we want to thank the committee for taking up these very important issues today. We had the privilege of speaking with Assemblyperson Marzola to present some of our concerns regarding these topics from what we've seen from our practice. As I'm sure this body is aware, as criminal defense attorneys, we not only assist individuals who are accused of these charges that you are dealing with today, but more importantly, we also represent individuals who have been victims to things like human trafficking, as well as for domestic violence. So these are issues that we do strongly believe need to be addressed. I'm sure you've all heard us say during the last several sessions that we support and hope to continue to support issues that really enhance community safety, but also that support the victims of these crimes. We do agree that more services, more money needs to be provided to the victims to ensure that we're able to better protect them. What I would just request is that for some of the issues involving criminal penalties, just remind this body that there is the Department of Sentencing Policy that was established in 2019 to support and assist the Nevada Sentencing Commission in making data-driven sentencing and correction policy recommendations to the legislature. So we do hope to work with all the stakeholders in enacting the policies and potential BDR recommendations. I did provide Assemblyperson Marzola with some of our concerns that we've seen regarding clerical errors in some sentencing statutes, and also enhancing issues regarding material witness warrants. Just for example, I had a complaining witness or a victim in one of my cases where they tried to serve her with an arrest warrant when she was in the ICU. So we do believe that there are some changes that are needed to be made in order to ensure that those who are victims are protected. So I appreciate your time and look forward to working with all the stakeholders on these important issues. Thank you.
Anne Marie Grant, for the record, advocate for the inmates and the innocent. I am in support of the recommendation for a petition for factual innocence posthumously presented by Tanya Brown. As the public record laws have strengthened over the years and we have had requests fulfilled, we have been finding materiality and exculpatory evidence that was never turned over by the prosecutor or police. Some of these discoveries are favorable and support the defendant's defense theory. We are still pursuing different avenues with the information we have found. If we are finding this, it's very possible families of those who have died and maintain their innocence very well could too. I want to touch on the issue of discovery and Brady violations versus work product. I have provided you with 10 supporting material documents from State v. Nolan Klein as an example of the way the courts were working when it comes to Brady. We need to reinforce the law and remedy the flaws in our laws dealing with Brady violations versus work product. Page 1 to 4 are the defendant's motion for discovery and production of exculpatory evidence. However, the notes on that motion for discovery are the handwritten notes of Deputy DA Ron Raychow. You will see that on the defendant's motion next to number 2, Raychow wrote, "No showing of materiality," and next to number 7, "No." An obvious indication of his intent to not turn over what was being requested by the defendant and was ultimately ordered by Judge Peter Breen to be turned over to the defense. Brady states it must be material either to guilt or punishment and must be evidence which is favorable to the defense. Materiality has been further defined as evidence which might have affected the outcome of a trial. Everything Raychow turned over, he noted okay. Everything he did not turn over, he wrote no. This is supported by the defendant's exhibit list of evidence submitted at trial, the prosecution's exhibit list of evidence submitted at trial, and a letter from the public defender's office detailing what was in the file. Pages 13 to 14 are the Zarsky report regarding the Sparks Police main suspect in the May 9th, 1988 Payless shoe crime Klein was convicted of, and of an April 21st, 1988 El Rancho crime. Both crimes had several common factors per the victims. Suspect gave a name, had brown eyes, the weapon used was red and black. You can see that the Sparks PD noted at the bottom of the report, this is a supplemental to case number 88492, the crime Klein was convicted of. This shows Zarsky was the main suspect in both crimes. It shows that other parties Sparks PD interviewed had identified Zarsky as matching the Payless shoe composite, including Officer Stephen Asher, after he reviewed a Polaroid of Zarsky in the possession of the Reno Plasma Center. The victim from the April 21st, 88 crime stated the vehicle used was a possible 67 Bonneville with bench seats. Mr. Klein owned a 67 Impala with bucket seats and a center console. The 421 victim did a drive-by of Klein's vehicle with Sparks PD and cleared Klein's vehicle. The 421 victim was also then brought down to the police station and was able to view Mr. Klein in person and cleared him of that crime. All of this information was hidden and withheld from the defense and would have supported Mr. Klein's defense of mistaken identity had it not been withheld by the prosecutor. Yes, I'm going to stop here. I'll finish during the next part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. At this time, there are no additional participants wishing to provide public comment.
All right. Thank you so much. At this point in time, we are ready to move on to agenda item number 3, which is approval of the minutes from our meeting on January 14th. Those have been provided to members of the committee. Unless there are any questions or revisions, I would accept a motion to accept or a motion to approve.
I would so move.
All right, so moved by Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Second.
And a second from Senator Harris. All in favor?
One moment, please, ma'am. There's a small change that I saw in the, if I may. Yes,
please go ahead.
I couldn't unmute myself. in the comment, I said that I hope I haven't bitten off more than I can chew. And I think they just sort of got the words a little mixed up in there. So if someone could review that a little bit closer to make sure, it just seems odd the way that it's written. And that was not the intent of what I said.
Thank you for pointing that out. These things do happen. So I will request that section be amended to reflect that you are worried you may have bitten off more than you could chew. And with that amendment, I'll accept a new motion to approve the minutes as proposed to be amended.
I would so move to accept the minutes as amended.
All right, we have the motion again from Assemblyperson Nguyen and a second from Senator Harris, and all those in favor. I'm not sure if we're supposed to do a roll call vote. I'm asking the ether if they think we do.
Chair, previously we just go to full screen and you ask for a vote and everybody raises their hand.
Perfect. All right. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? For the record, I believe it was a unanimous vote to approve the minutes and with the amendment, and they are so amended and approved. And now we can move on to agenda item number 4, which is our update from the Attorney General's office on domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. I believe we're joined by both Ms. Adair and Ms. Riley, and I will turn it over to them to walk us through their update on these important topics.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the rest of the interim committee. My name is Jessica Adair, and yes, I'm with the Nevada Attorney General's office, and I'm joined by my colleague, Nicole Riley, who is the Attorney General Ombudsman for domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. And if I can figure it out, I will present a PowerPoint presentation to aid in our discussion today. And I hope that has worked. Great. So to kick things off, we are going to limit our discussion to domestic violence and human trafficking today based upon our conversation with Assemblywoman Marzola. We did not have time on the agenda for sexual assault, but we did include that in future discussions on the last slide. Just to set the table a bit, these are statistics from our own Nevada Department of Public Safety's Uniform Crime Report for 2021 statewide data for domestic violence. As you can see, these are just reported cases. And as research shows, we know that domestic violence is routinely underreported. But what we know is reported to law enforcement. There were nearly 30,000 cases last year. I do want to highlight the last bullet point that the number of children present when a domestic violence case was reported was over 15,000 children. And I believe you will hear from some folks later today who work with the Department of Children and Family Services who will be able to speak to that in more detail. And I just also want to note that the Attorney General's office does not have jurisdiction over the prosecution of domestic violence, but we do have several other statutory duties when it comes to domestic violence we'll discuss later. Very briefly, I want to note an important and shocking statistic. This is data from last year for murders and non-negligent homicides in the state of Nevada. There were 220 deaths last year. More than half of those cases, we do not have information about the relationship between the victim and the offender. But for those that we do have that information, 40% were in some type of domestic relationship, whether an intimate partner or family member. So moving on to Senate Bill 45. This was a bill that came before your committees in the last legislative session that did a few different things. As it says on the screen, revised the name, qualifications, and duties of the Ombudsman, Nicole Riley, to also include crimes of sexual assault and human trafficking, so expanding her statutory portfolio. It also added some statutory duties and members to the Committee on Domestic Violence to further look at the relationship between domestic violence and human trafficking and sexual assault. I believe in later presentations today, they will speak in more detail about that web of violence. As you can see, Ms. Riley is a busy woman. She focuses on a broad range of strategic programming, grants, and direct victim services in these service areas. And as well as she is the statewide administrator for VINE. That is the statewide victim notification program that is very critical to us meeting our constitutional obligations under Marcy's Law. And at this time, I do want to turn things over to Nicole so she can speak more about her duties and the Committee on Domestic Violence.
Great. Thank you so much, Jessica. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and the rest of the committee. You can go ahead and, I think, forward, to the Committee on Domestic Violence. Perfect. So first, I just want to say hi to all of my amazing friends that work in this space that are on the meeting this morning. It's so good to see all of your names and faces. Many of them do serve or intersect with the Committee on Domestic Violence. We have an amazing membership on that committee who has been dedicated, many of them for nearly a decade, to serving on this committee. I just wanted to review some of the amazing members that we have from their roles on this committee. The committee contains the Attorney General himself, who happens to be the chair. We've got members from Programs for Victims of Domestic Violence, members for Programs for the Treatment of Persons Who Commit Domestic Violence. The District Attorney is represented, the City Attorney's Office is represented, we have law enforcement, mental health providers. We also have at least 2 survivors of domestic violence to inform the other members and the different projects and programs that we address. We've got at least 1 judge on the committee, and then any other persons that the Attorney General appoints at his discretion. The other thing that I'd like to note is that this committee is statutorily required to meet 3 times a year, one of which is in a rural district. This has been a phenomenal meeting that we're able to hold every year, and we rotate jurisdictions each year so that we make sure that we're able to touch the rural areas of Nevada personally and get to meet the local stakeholders, find out any needs that they may have or any programs that they're championing and that are working really well. In that committee, Attorney General Ford has established 3 subcommittees. We've got the Services and Training Subcommittee, the Justice Partners Subcommittee, and then the Fatality Review Subcommittee. Next slide, please, Jessica. So some of the programs that I'm really excited and proud of that this committee has taken on so far and made some huge progress statewide in these particular areas. The first one we have here is the High Risk Teen Model Pilot Program with UNR, which I'll touch on a little bit later. And then I believe Jessica also provided for additional materials for your review is the PowerPoint on exactly the High Risk Teen Model and the Jeannie Geiger Crisis Center. We also have the Batterers Treatment Efficacy Project. This has been a huge statewide project that has been addressing these programs and best practices, their efficacy, creating data, and we're working all together with all of the service providers across the state to really do what we can to bring in some best practices and see if we can really make a difference in this issue from the batterers treatment side of the problem. We also have a project that has been amazing and is in the works and has been a several-year process, and we're getting towards the end of revamping everything, which is the Child Welfare Project with DHHS, Division of Child Family Services. And really, this project has been reviewing all of the protocols, procedures, forms, and training as it relates to domestic violence and its intersection with child welfare. So we are excited about where that project is going and what it really means for our state and child welfare and domestic violence, which, as Jessica pointed out on the previous slide, there is an obvious need if we have nearly 30,000 reported cases and over 15,000 children present during these domestic violence calls. We also have the Services and Training Subcommittee, which has just convened and is beginning to create their action plan of activities that they want to address and move forward. In this area, we've got the Justice Partners Subcommittee, which just met yesterday. They also are developing their action plan. These action plans are activities that the committee is going to be addressing during their 2-year term. We've also got the statewide fatality review team, which currently is the only statewide fatality review team that is occurring. So we are reviewing fatalities to hopefully identify any gaps in services, or again, anything that really is working. And then we're able to share that with the rest of the state when we draft our final report and post it on the Attorney General's website so that everyone can review it. Okay, next slide, Jessica. Okay, here's the high-risk team model. So the Domestic Violence High-Risk Team Model was created by the Jeannie Geiger Crisis Center in 2005. This organization gave a presentation to the Nevada Committee on Domestic Violence. It was invited through one of the previous subcommittees that was formed by Attorney General Ford in the last 2-year term. So this was a phenomenal project that the subcommittee brought on. The specific goal is to prevent domestic violence homicides. Research shows that escalation of domestic violence to lethal levels often follows predictable patterns. The high-risk team model incorporates evidence-based risk assessment into a community's domestic violence response system to identify and intervene in the most dangerous cases. 4 central strategies: early identification of high-risk cases through risk assessment, engagement of a multidisciplinary team, ongoing monitoring and management of offenders, and the connection of victims to domestic violence services. The high-risk team model is recognized as a leading promising practice in intimate partner prevention by the USDOJ Office of Violence Against Women. And what I just want to make note of is there were fatality review teams in Washoe and in Clark, and then we had the statewide team, which addressed the rest of the state or any areas that did not have a fatality review team, or a jurisdiction which invites the Attorney General's office to come in and do a fatality review. After assessing the success of these high-risk team models and collaborating with Washoe, Clark, and many stakeholders across the state, what was identified is that this new leading promising practice is a phenomenal way to intervene prior to the homicide. This is why Washoe County and Clark County are shifting to having high-risk teams, and then the Attorney General office is keeping the responsibility of running fatality review teams now, which will incorporate the entire state. The high-risk team model is all about identifying and intervening in the most dangerous cases before a homicide occurs. So this is incredibly exciting because those of us who do the fatality review teams get really tired of having to review homicides. We would so much rather see them prevented in the first place. So we're really excited about this program finally hitting the ground and is just in the beginning phases of being rolled out in the state. Let's see, this is gonna be kind of an overview of what's going on. Like I said, they are just starting out. Southern Nevada now through the UNR has done an unbelievable job. They developed the programming, they got the grant funding, and now they're working on implementing it. They have a several-year strategy to expand it across the state, but they are starting out with 2 coordinators in Southern Nevada, in North Las Vegas, UNR and SafeNest. They have partnered so far, but they are just at the beginning of expanding and incorporating the entire team. These teams include social services, child welfare, victim services, law enforcement, district attorney's offices, and then any other agencies or stakeholders that are identified by that jurisdiction that they could potentially intersect with and make a difference in these domestic violence cases. That's the great thing, is the jurisdictions are really in charge of collaborating and developing the team so that they can best address the victims and the secondary victims of domestic violence, to keep them safe, to provide them wraparound services, to give them an opportunity to restart their life and not have to go back into the violent situations just in order to survive. The other area that UNR identified to start with a coordinator is in Elko. We're really excited about this. They've already got a good partnership going on with Committee Against Domestic Violence, which is the local service provider in Elko, the Elko Police Department, the Elko Sheriff's Office, and then the Elko District Attorney's Office. I know that they are still expanding and growing that team, but they have a phenomenal start in partnership with their law enforcement partners and their service provider. The process of the high-risk team is that they will meet and identify cases with lethality more likely to occur. So the process of these teams is when law enforcement is called to a service or respond to a domestic violence call, I apologize, they will do a lethality assessment with the victim. Service providers also do lethality assessments when the victims contact them directly, because as we know, it goes very underreported, and quite often they'll contact a service provider prior to contacting law enforcement. So these agencies are trained in implementing these assessments. When they identify those high-risk cases, based on the assessment, they then notify the facilitator. The facilitator within 24 to 48 hours calls a high-risk team meeting together with all of the parties. They review the cases and they start establishing the needs and wrapping around those victims and survivors to hopefully intervene and prevent any further violence from being done. The multidisciplinary team creates individualized intervention plans for each case. This is what I love. It is a hands-on team dealing directly with each case, not just domestic violence in general as an issue. Cases are then monitored through the entire criminal justice process, and team members connect victims to services. This model has proven to reduce homicides in the jurisdictions that it has been implemented in, and also increase successful prosecutions. Thank you so very much, and I'll turn it back over to Jessica Adair.
Thank you, Nicole. Like she mentioned, it's an incredibly exciting program that we're hoping will save lives here in Nevada. So switching gears a little bit to the discussion about trafficking. So unlike domestic violence, our office does have concurrent jurisdiction with the local district attorneys to prosecute sexual trafficking, sex trafficking, and human trafficking cases. Again, these are just reported statistics from the Uniform Crime Report. As you can see, there were only 211 reported offenses. The research shows that this problem in Nevada is likely much higher, and only 32 arrests for human trafficking. Of course, not all sex work is human trafficking, but often you see these charges come along with reported sex trafficking cases, or cases where it's suspected to be sex trafficking. I want to talk to you about Assembly Bill 64 because it has made an incredible impact on our office and our office's ability to investigate and prosecute these crimes. AB 64 expanded the AG's office jurisdiction, concurrent jurisdiction on sexual trafficking, sex trafficking, and also allowed us to charge ancillary crimes that were committed in the course of a sex trafficking case. And it clarified that a peace officer posing as a child or a person assisting a peace officer posing a child would also allow us to bring charges of soliciting children. This has allowed us to move into an entirely new realm of online stings of those seeking to solicit children for commercial sexual exploitation. Our office every year has a law enforcement summit. In 2019, we hosted 2 summits, one in Carson City, one in Las Vegas, with the same program specifically dedicated to human trafficking and sex trafficking investigations. And we had presentations from folks who do research in this online world. And that was facilitated by Nicole Riley. But we had great participation with agencies across the state, and it was very exciting and helped us move to this new frontier. Our investigations division has 3 investigators funded to do this work in particular, one in the South, one in the ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and the Northern Nevada Trafficking Task Force. Our office alone conducts monthly online child sexual predator sting operations. So that is when you post an ad posing to be our office is using a 15-year-old girl, and those who respond to the ad engage in a conversation. They indicate that they would like to purchase sex from this 15-year-old child and then meet at a prearranged location. This is shifting our attention from focusing on the people who might be involved in sex work to those who are seeking the commercial sexual exploitation of children specifically. Our office also participates with joint operations with other federal, state, and local partners. I'm not going to talk too much about this because I believe we have a presentation right after this one from local law enforcement to talk about this in more detail, but it is going very well. And finally, we have one prosecutor who is dedicated to prosecuting these cases, Senior Deputy Attorney General Alyssa Engler. She is also by statute known as the Children's Advocate or Advocate for Missing and Exploited Children. And that is her right here in this photo. Here are some stats from some prosecutions that Alyssa has done herself. We have been prosecuting those who have been seeking to exploit children in our monthly online stings, and then also receiving referrals from the FBI's task force in Reno for cases that don't go to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And then, as I mentioned before, we weren't able to discuss our work on sexual assault today, but we would love to come back to your committee and talk about this work, in particular the legislative the bills that passed in the 2019 session about the Advisory Committee on the Rights of Sexual Assault Survivors and the Sexual Assault Survivors Bill of Rights. And we've been working closely with many of the folks who are on this meeting to make that a reality. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for all of that really helpful information and for walking us through those different programs and opportunities. We'll definitely look forward to discussing the additional topics in a future meeting, but for now, I will open the floor up for questions from members of the committee. You can either raise your actual hand or use the raise hand function in the Zoom. I'm not seeing any questions. So I will give you the chance at a free-for-all, and if you have any questions, you can just unmute and ask it. All right, well, you guys have your cameras on, so I know you're still here, and maybe they will come up with more questions after they hear other presentations. If you're able to stay, of course, I know everybody's schedules are busy, so the presenters are welcome to sign off after their presentations. And at this time, actually, I do have one question. About the high-risk team models, Ms. Riley, you mentioned that it has shown to reduce homicides in jurisdictions that have implemented them. And I'm wondering what kinds of programming or what kinds of prosecutorial models were they using before they switched to the team model that improved the or, decrease the lethality?
It really centers around the engagement of the victim and the safety of the victim, and also them feeling like they can trust the system. So the law enforcement agency and the prosecutor's office. That's what the high-risk team model provides. The victims are provided wraparound services and support from every angle to hopefully address their needs. That way it makes them feel safe, secure, and much more willing to cooperate with the system for the prosecutions. What this really means is that because of the intervention of the high-risk team model, they're having much less recanting occurring. And that was really the most difficult challenge prior to implementing these teams. So that's how they're making a difference.
And so are these being implemented in communities that already had robust victim services in place and had, adequate funding and resources, and it was just a matter of connecting the victims to them? Or were these implemented in localities where there really weren't enough beds in the shelters, not enough services available, and the teams were able to fill out those services and ensure that every victim had access to the services that they needed?
So the goal is to get these teams implemented statewide. It's a 3-year step-up plan. So we do recognize, because of the severity of domestic violence in Nevada, and we consistently rate as one of the worst states in the nation. So we're always up within, for sure, the top 10, but over the last, I would say, decade, we are bouncing around within the top 3 of severity of domestic violence. So I would say that across the state, there's still a need for funding to build out those victim services. So I don't ever want to say that we have robust services everywhere. Clark County, obviously, and Washoe County have far more than rural Nevada. Clark County was identified as one of the first jurisdictions that they were wanting to implement this model because of the quantity of cases that come through Clark County. And then they chose Elko as the second jurisdiction that is in rural Nevada and is really in need of these supportive services. Up until now, I think the issue more was lack of communication and collaboration between the agencies who are now partnering and becoming a part of the high-risk team model, and then simply not being aware of all of the services that really are available for victims of domestic violence. So, and then there's difficulty and communication issues, obviously, when they're not all able to collaborate. And so now these teams are bringing together all the stakeholders and all the partners in each jurisdiction that intersect with domestic violence, and they're actually communicating and aware of what each other can provide and really able to step in and partner and help each other instead of working in silos.
So, Chair, if I could follow up on what Nicole very eloquently said, we need more services. We know we do. But within a scarcity of resources, what the DVHRT model does is helps us prioritize of the cases that we have, which are most likely to lead to homicide. So how can we zero in on those folks who we know are more likely to become victims? And so within a scarcity of resources, how do we prioritize? The second thing that it does, though, is, and that this, what Nicole was speaking to, is it's not just, here's law enforcement, they give a card with a list of services, and then the onus is on the victim to connect to those services. Of course, many law enforcement agencies have victim advocates, and many of the service providers are already working with law enforcement, but they can't do it all. So at the point where it's on the victim, it doesn't be the high-risk team model seeks to switch that. So the onus is on the team to then reach out to the victim rather than the victim reaching out to the services. And then also connecting to other services that you wouldn't necessarily traditionally think of domestic violence services. So food stamps, Medicaid, things like that, that allow someone to feel more comfortable and secure, and then can build that relationship with law enforcement to continue with that case. Also, the other part of that model is the case monitoring. So the team is also looking at what is that offender doing during their pre-trial period to make sure that they are complying with pre-trial conditions that will make it more safe for the victim.
Perfect. Thank you, Jessica.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Assemblywoman Krasner?
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. My question is for Ms. Adair and for Ms. Riley both. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much to the Attorney General's office, who's doing such a great job addressing these issues of sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking. So during the 2021 Nevada legislative session, I brought a bill with the help of the Attorney General's office and the Department of Health and Human Services, Assembly Bill 143, that did address human trafficking issues specifically. And it was supposed to create, well, it did create, the State of Nevada Human Trafficking Coalition that would allow agencies from the north, the south, the rurals to all coordinate, cooperate, and collaborate in their efforts for victims of human trafficking and provide resources for them. And when I saw the duties of the ombudsman, it didn't read that they were also sitting on the State of Nevada Human Trafficking Coalition. So I'm wondering if you guys could give me a little update. Is that up and running? What's being done with that? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Assemblywoman Krasner, and thank you so much for bringing that bill and getting the Human Trafficking Statewide Coalition established. Now we are tasked with the implementation of it. I will be sitting on that coalition, so I apologize that we forgot to add that piece into my duties. We are currently working, or DCFS, I should say, because they are the ones who are tasked with facilitating that coalition, but I'm working with them closely and helping to hopefully get this up and established with the full coalition of stakeholders, hopefully by April. So we are right now receiving letters of intent and reaching out to statewide stakeholders so that we can identify and establish the membership. And then we will be up and rolling and tackling this issue statewide, which is going to be significantly helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley, and thank you, Ms. Adair, and thank you to the Attorney General's office for all your great work.
All right, any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so we will, again, thank you to our representatives from the Attorney General's office. We welcome you to stay and also understand that you probably have to leave. And so we will move from agenda item number 4 to agenda item number 5, which is a presentation from law enforcement. We have a number of law enforcement partners with us from Washoe County, from the Reno Police Department, from the Metro Police Department. And I understand that one of their links was not working this morning, so some of them may be sharing screens or computers. I will turn it over to all of you to start if one of you can let me know who's going to start. Otherwise, I'll just pick on someone.
Chair Scheibel, Captain Corey Solferino of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. We had spoken to our counterparts in Las Vegas. I believe that they're going to start first, and then when they're done with their presentation, we'll just slide right in.
Perfect. All right, then. I understand we have Lieutenant Roberts with us from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I will go to you first.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to try and do the best I can with this PowerPoint. I've never done this before, so I am actually trying to get it. Chair, are you able to, is everyone able to see this PowerPoint?
No, we are not.
Now, can you? Can you see it now?
Nope.
Okay, I hit the play part of it.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I thought I did.
Chair, this is BPS. I'm going to step in and help if I can.
Please, thank you.
Perfect. Mr. Roberts, so it's the green share screen button at the bottom of the Zoom window. Click on that and then select your PowerPoint.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yep.
And then go ahead and start that slideshow and you're good to go.
Are we there now?
Looks good.
Are you able to? Okay. Once again, my name is Noel Roberts. I am the lieutenant of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Vice Section, and we deal with all the human trafficking. So I'm just going to go through a very short presentation here about who we are, our structure, and our approach to sex trafficking. Right now, our Vice Section is made up of 1 lieutenant, 4 detective sergeants, 26 detectives, 1 investigative specialist, 2 law enforcement techs. We are part of the FBI Child Exploitation Task Force, Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force, and we are partners with Signs of Hope and our RISE advocates. We obviously also partner with not only the FBI, but also Homeland Security investigations. The squad structure, which I think is important because we've done some restructuring to really focus on how we are combating human trafficking. So as you see here, we have our investigative squads, and where you kind of see it split here is we do split our juvenile squad from our adult squad for victims of sex trafficking. They fall under 1 sergeant, but both of them just kind of take mission is directed towards whether it's juveniles or the adults. Both teams do conduct our grand larceny trick roll investigations. Our next squad is our enforcement squad. They conduct all the enforcement operations throughout the valley. They will conduct trick roll room operations, and they also work in coordination with our special investigative section where we are targeting licensed businesses who are engaging in human trafficking, sex trafficking. Our next 2 squads are really the approach that we're taking is more of a proactive approach. We've always had a proactive approach, but we're really taking it to the next level. This squad is our pimp squad, which is proactive investigation against major pimps. Basically, this squad is tasked with targeting all major sex traffickers throughout the valley. They conduct these investigations through multiple intelligence gathering, identifying sex traffickers. And what we're doing is we're taking a 5-pronged approach to it. Obviously, 1, that they are a sex trafficker, that we know that they're engaging in sex trafficking. We take a look at their violent criminal history, the gang nexus, that we are finding an uptick in traffickers having a gang nexus. Firearms, again, we're seeing an uptick on traffickers who are in possession, and they're prohibited people to be in possession of firearms. And then we take a look at their financials on the amount of money they are making from engaging in sex trafficking. Our next squad is our proactive operational squad. Their focus is the tourist corridor, which would consist of our Tropicana corridor, our whole Las Vegas Strip area, and going into the downtown Fremont area. They are conducting a lot of proactive reversals on pimp sex traffickers who are out there trying to recruit victims to engage in sex trafficking. They also take the lead on the buyer reversals, where we are targeting those are seeking to the buyers of sex trafficking. And with that, I should have put this in the first part on our juvenile team. They take the lead on the targeting of buyers of minors. So they use their online operations, which was talked about earlier, where we're targeting those that are seeking underage minors for sex trafficking. And then they also are targeting the sex traffickers, pimps associated with trick rolls. We've had a huge uptick, and I'll show you the stats here in a second, of our grand larceny trick rolls. And what we started to take a look at is who is behind all these. And we're finding that there are traffickers who are behind, and really they're the ones that are profiting from these trick rolls that are happening in our strip corridor area. The mission of the Metro Vice Section, it's a victim-centered approach. And what I mean by that is every single person we come across, every potential victim that we come across are offered services immediately. We have advocates embedded with us, and they are on scene. So when we are taking a proactive approach, the advocates are with us during that shift, and immediately services are being offered. There's an interview being done. If we get a call to respond to someone that's a victim of sex trafficking, we call our advocates, and they will respond with us 24/7 out to the scene to assist. We have an alert system in place for identified victims, and that I put that in there as we have started to really work with our resort property counterparts. There is training going on the strip for personnel inside the casinos to identify victims of sex trafficking, which would cause a immediate response by the Vice Section of Metro and the advocates. And as you can see at the bottom, we have an immediate detect response 24/7 anytime someone is being identified as a victim of sex trafficking. Here are some of our 2021 stats. So 2021, we identified 103 juvenile victims of sex trafficking. So there's 103 investigations based on those victims being identified. We also investigated another 181 tips that came in about juveniles being possibly involved in sex trafficking. We arrested 48 sex traffickers involved with juveniles who were trafficking a juvenile victim. We made 29 luring of minor arrests, and that goes back to the online investigation that we're conducting. Now, that number is 29 for us. As mentioned earlier by the Attorney General's office, we do work with other agencies, even our ICAC section at Metro. So some of those stats aren't reflected in ours. They would go over there. So that number is a little bit higher, but I'm confident in the 29 of the luring that we have done as we're doing our own within our section. We had 297 sex trafficking / pandering investigations that we did on adults. And that is a combination of identified victims, or even if we've identified victims and we're not getting cooperation, we still will target the sex trafficker when we're building an investigation and we have a lot of cooperating evidence. And it also is part of our undercover operations that we do to target and identify sex traffickers. We made 58 adult sex trafficking arrests in 2021, and we made 158 adult pandering arrests in 2021. And then we have 98 other arrests. And what that would mean is that we did identify that there is a sex trafficking nexus, that we do have a victim of sex trafficking. There may not be the evidence there to charge on that charge, but there was an arrest made on the trafficker that we believe for another charge. We conducted 287 grand larceny trick roll investigations, and we made 160 arrests related to those investigations. And then we did 89 buyer arrests in 2021, where we were conducting undercover operations, and that is for the misdemeanor NRS of 201354. The challenges, Our juvenile victim placement is definitely a challenge for us. I know we are in the works of some models that we are looking to go to in the future. So that's something that we work with our partners, our NGO partners, on what that's going to look like moving forward. The buyer enforcement is difficult for us because we can't arrest for the misdemeanor crime, the initial one. So we are having to issue citations for the buyers. I think, like all the human trafficking, the victim resistance to testify, that obviously causes us some difficulties. But going back to my previous slides, that is why we're really looking at the proactive approach. Just because we don't have a victim wanting to testify doesn't mean that the investigation stops there. We're using our proactive teams to target those known sex traffickers and still try to arrest them for charges relating to pandering, sex trafficking, even if the victim is hesitant to come forward. The prosecution of grand larceny trick rolls are a concern of ours, as it's difficult to get those prosecution, because of the victim. So we are seeing a lot of repeat offenses on the grand larceny trick rolls. And then the other challenge we have is the uptick in violence that we are seeing related to human trafficking all around the Valley. And that is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you so much.
Is there any questions for me, or are we going to move on? Okay.
I have some questions, but first I want to see if any of the other members of the committee have questions. Assemblymember Summers Armstrong.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant, for your presentation. Could you please sort of delineate for us the difference between how you all define a victim, and do you have a delineation between the victim and someone who is not juvenile, but a participatory sex worker? Because I'm kind of just want to make sure that there's clear, that you all have clear delineations, and so that I understand what your delineation is between the two.
Of a victim? Between the, you kind of cut out a little bit, of the victim?
Yes, so we know that I'm going to assume that anytime it's a juvenile, that is classified as a victim. But can you just clarify that, for me, so that I know what your standards are, what kind of a process you go through when you're doing your work and identifying who's a victim or who is a, if a person is an adult, are they still considered a victim? And can they still be considered a victim? And so how can you just kind of clarify that?
Yes. Okay. So I understand better. Thanks. So obviously the juveniles are all victims based on their age but when it comes to adults, we look at all the adults we come across as victims, because as we do our investigations, we know that there is, I don't want to say 100% of the time, but I'm going to say 99.9% of the time, there's someone behind, there's a trafficker behind this potential victim or this victim engaging in these activities. So we take the approach that we're rarely, and it doesn't happen a lot, we'll identify as a victim, accept the help, accept the resources. That is our goal. If we come across a victim that we believe, we know that they're a victim, and they self-identify, say, hey, I'm back. So when we come across them and they self-identify, we're immediately going to treat them as a victim and get them all the help they can. Now, if they're not willing to identify at that time, or they don't want to identify at that time, in that, and given the information that the resources that they can call for later. Does that answer it?
Yes, it does. So just a follow-up. One of the things that was mentioned earlier with the high-risk team is that they try to follow up with the victim, even if the victim is resistant at the time of interaction with law enforcement. Are you all participating in that activity as well, making sure that you follow up with them? You know, because I would assume that they don't want to say anything, and if their trafficker is nearby or someone who's connected to the trafficker is nearby, they don't want, to get, in trouble with that person. Are you all participating in the high-risk team model program to follow up with them? And if so, how much of the time are you all participating? And what are you seeing from your interactions, the result?
So we do follow up, but when I say we fall under the enhanced collaborative model for human trafficking. That is part of our Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force, which Elaine Green is the director. And so when I say we are following up, that is where, and I know Danielle's on here, Signs of Hope and our RISE advocates, they take the lead. As law enforcement, we are trying to take ourselves out of that part and having those professionals, those highly trained professionals that have the resources, and that's part of the task force model. Yes, we are engaged. Once a month, we have our committee meeting. So like just yesterday we had it, and we're getting updates from the RISE coordinator, Brittany, who talked about where we're at with different victims. But as far as going out there daily in the field, even if that victim isn't identifying at that time, they are given the resources, and then I'll follow up with Brittany on weekly meetings about, hey, where are we at? Like, what are we looking at? Did you have any success? Gave me the numbers for 2021 where 136 victims took resources. And this year in the 6 weeks, I can give the number of, and this was as of just the beginning of this week, because we had to present to Metro executive staff in January. And the first couple of days of February, the RISE advocates interviewed 110 victims. 10 of them took resources. But that doesn't mean in the weeks coming that there won't be more that will be reaching out. And then the last part of that is part of what the meeting I had with Brittany yesterday was to kind of even dig in deeper on that stat keeping on where we're at. Because what I found yesterday during our meeting as we're going over cases, the advocates are very much in communication, constant communication with the victims that are pending a trial or that we have the trafficker arrested. So we're starting to look deeper into that for stat keeping, so we can get a better look at exactly, how far is the victim wanting resources. Sometimes it could be just a way back home. Sometimes it could be shelter. There's many different resources available, and not all take the same resources.
Thank you. That's great information. Are you all collecting any other data from the victims? Do you have can you give us a sort of a rundown of the type of data that you collect on these victims? Age, sex, or, sexual orientation, if they're local, if they're out of state, what kinds of things are you collecting so that we, as the committee, can see, is this a localized problem, or are these folks being imported and brought here for this activity And how is this, is this recruitment from our sister states on either side or even further away or internationally? Like, how crazy is this?
Well, I could speak from the internal stat keeping that we do. Yes, we do have a big population of victims we're coming across that are local, but we really have a lot that are coming in from California, plays a major part. But with us being Las Vegas, I hate to say this, but we get these traffickers bringing in these victims from all over the country. We'll see them from all over. Vegas is just one of the spots that traffickers are going to bring these victims to engage in this activity, just because of the strip and the tourist corridor and things like that, and the amount of money that is associated here in Las Vegas. I have demographics as far as, that from our human trafficking coordinator, Lynn Green. She did send that to me, where, 48% are from the ages of 18 to 24, 2% Asian, 52% African-American, 15% Hispanic, and 25% Caucasian. So those are some of the numbers that we do take a look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to chime in. I think those of us on the Zoom saw a message to all the participants from Danielle, who will also have some statistics on this coming up soon. Assemblymember Summers Armstrong, did you have further questions for Lieutenant Roberts? Okay. It looks like that was a no, so I will move to Vice Chair Nguyen.
Thank you. And again, I apologize that my video is cutting out. I'd rather you probably hear me than see me. Thank you, Lieutenant Roberts. I know that there are lots of different, policy models and implementation models across the country in the area of identifying and targeting this. And this may be a question for Corey Solferino. I don't know if he's doing that thing. I know that in Reno, they have that, I think it's Awaken model, or they're working with Awaken. Where it's more a task force that focuses on the Johns. And I noticed that Metro doesn't do that. Is there just any particular reason why that model, just choosing models, or are we just trying to find the best fit?
Well, the model that we use is under the like I said, the enhanced collaborative model, which is from the DOJ, and we're part of that DOJ grant funding. I'm not really familiar with the model that my counterparts up north are using. I will say that with the model that we're using, and I think you kind of alluded to it, yet, human trafficking, sex trafficking, it is the same all around the country, no matter where you're at. But, when you talk about where it's more prevalent, you're going to see at the top of the list is Las Vegas, Miami, Washington, D.C., LA. But even amongst those cities that have this problem at the magnitude that we do, even we are so much different than LA or Washington, D.C. with our environmental factors and the different variables that go into Southern Nevada, and more specifically the Las Vegas Strip area and the Strip corridor. So this is the model, like I said, that we fall under under our grant funding.
And then I just have another follow-up question. You had indicated that a lot of the crimes go hand in hand with the grand larceny charges. And in those cases, how do you address targeting, let's say it's a person that is a victim of sex trafficking or engaging in that sex trafficking? I mean, you said that of the 100 and something people you interviewed, you only had about 10 people that were willing to take services. So it leads me to believe there's a high recidivism, or a lot of people that are going back into that trafficking for whatever reasons, I know are vast. Are you addressing some of those victims in that grand larceny space and treating them the same way that you would treat them as they were victims of sex trafficking outside of it? How does that work?
Absolutely. So when we're doing, like, say, a grand larceny investigation, or we're doing some operations, one of the things that we're doing is, again, talking with, I know Danielle's here, but Brittany coordinates that end of it, is how can we get better success with these victims want to self-identify and really come forward and ask for the help. So something we've been doing is really setting up a safety environment, making everything safe, and unhandcuffing. If we have handcuffs on that particular person, we're unhandcuffing, and we're putting them in front of the advocates in a safe, more comfortable environment. And Brittany has already been telling me that they're seeing a huge difference in the conversation. So instead of a conversation taking 5-10 minutes, we now are looking at 30-minute, 45-minute conversations where they're really having some good in-depth talks. We are not around. We are in the distance. We are given that space for the advocates to do what they're best at doing. And we are seeing a difference. And I know that 10 doesn't sound as a lot, but that doesn't mean come next week, another 2 or 3 from this past, just in 2022, don't come forward, that they're ready now to say, hey, I need help. And that's more of what you're going to see. We're not going to see it or we haven't seen it, and where a victim is identifying right away. We do have it, but it's not, it's very rare, but we are seeing success down the road.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I don't have any other questions.
All right, do other members of the committee have questions? I don't see any, so I'm gonna ask my questions. And the first one is actually a term that I am not familiar with. You mentioned that part of the strip enforcement includes pimp reversals. Could you explain to us what those are?
Well, we're using undercovers to identify these pimp sex traffickers, and we're using different type of investigative means to where basically traffickers are recruiting our undercovers, which and that's how we're targeting them. And then I want to really emphasize, how we're really taking a whole different look at that is that doesn't stop there. Just because we may take a trafficker into custody, and I'll give you an example. Over this last weekend with the crazy weekend we had in Vegas with the Pro Bowl, the NHL All-Star game, everything that went in it, just in the 2 days over the weekend, we arrested 10 traffickers who were recruiting our undercovers. And we also have another handful of follow-up investigations that we're doing from that. So you can see how big the problem is. But what we're doing is not even when we arrest a trafficker who's recruiting our undercover, we're looking into who they are and who they're associated with, and we're trying to then make contact with potential victims who they're victimizing. And we're finding some success with that, because instead of these victims coming in to contact with us, law enforcement, in a negative way, we're actually now coming in contact in a positive way, like, hey, we're here to help you. There's no arrest, there's none of this. It's just, hey, would you like to help? We just do. Would you like any help or any resources? So that is the proactive approach that we are taking.
Thanks. And then the other question that I had goes back to the slide that you provided us about the investigations and the arrests that you've done over this year. And I noticed that there were there were 12 more trafficking investigations than trick roll investigations, but somehow you guys managed to arrest like 3 times as many perpetrators of trick rolls as sex trafficking. So why is the success rate so much higher for those investigations?
So when you say sex trafficking, in mind, you're probably looking at the adults. We have the combination of sex trafficking and pandering. Is that what you're referring to?
I was just I just saw on the slide that you had 297 sex trafficking investigations and 58 arrests.
Okay. Well, the difference in investigations is for sex trafficking, you need a victim. So even when we are conducting our undercover operations, the charge is pandering because we don't have, the undercover is not a victim of any type of coercion or force at that time. So you're gonna, because of the cooperation with the victim needing to come forward to basically testify or explain how they were coerced or forced violently into the sex trafficking. Now, when you look at, go ahead, sorry.
So are you saying that the sex trafficking investigations are utilizing undercovers instead of actual victims?
No, our sex trafficking investigations are they're victims that come forward. We have numerous victims that will call us up saying, hey, I've been a victim of sex trafficking. Or we come across them with any other law enforcement stop, a patrol officer makes a stop and they identify that this is going to be a vice-related victim, and we go out there and we could start corroborating evidence that this person is a victim of.
So what's happening in those 250 cases where you're not making an arrest?
Well, when you look at some of them, that's why I emphasize the other arrests. We may go out to a call to where we know that there is a sex trafficking nexus here, but we just don't have the evidence to prove it. But this person, it may be a domestic violence related. So that's where, we would arrest that trafficker for domestic violence, because that's what got us to that call. Patrol responded to a domestic violence call. We know that there's a vice sex trafficking nexus, but we don't have any cooperation, or we don't have any corroborating evidence, though we do know it, but we just can't put a case together. But hey, we do have domestic violence, or we do have this type of crime, and we will arrest on that charge.
Okay. I appreciate the insight. Are there any other questions? All right, we still have some more of our law enforcement partners here to present. So I'm not sure if we're ready to move up north yet.
Chair Scheibel, we're ready to move forward if you guys are.
Please go ahead.
Perfect. Just going to make a few introductions and then I'll hand it off to the more than capable hands in this room today. Just for introductions, my name is Corey Solferino. I'm the outgoing legislative liaison for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and proud to announce that Sheriff Balaam has selected Sergeant Jason Walker as my replacement. So you guys will be seeing him down in Carson City moving forward into the more than capable hands of Sergeant Walker. Today, what we have in the room today is Mary Sarah Kinner. She's our full-time government affairs liaison. Sergeant Jason Walker, who's currently assigned to the Patrol Operations Division and will be assuming those legislative duties. Detective Bridget McGurk, Detective Leedy, and Detective Johnson from the HEAT team. I had the pleasure of supervising these ladies and gentlemen for about a year and a half while I was assigned to the Regional Teams Initiative, overseeing the Human Exploitation and Trafficking team. Really got the opportunity to present a lot of information to this legislative body, to present the groundwork that these unsung heroes are doing on a daily basis. So I wanted them to get some face time with the committee and talk to the experts here in this room today and allow them to showcase their talents and what we're doing in Northern Nevada. So with that, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off over to the detectives to start with our presentation. And I will get that presentation pulled up here momentarily. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to the detectives.
All right, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Chris Johnson, detective with the HEAT unit. So currently our team consists of one detective sergeant from the Reno Police Department, 4 detectives, 1 assigned victim advocate, one prosecutor, as well as we're a regional unit. We partner with the FBI, ICAC, and other NGOs in the area for victim services. And we conduct operations regionally in Northern Nevada. So our approach, we start with, it's a three-pronged approach. We have like our case referrals, that comes from patrol or comes from the community as tips or secret witness tips. We also have a very large proactive approach, monitoring stuff online, traffickers, victims, seeing how the trends are in Northern Nevada. We also identify victims proactively, and we conduct undercover operations to address the supply as well as the demand. And that includes victim recoveries, John operations or sex purchasers, as well as trafficker operations. And then our other approach is we do a lot of outreach in Northern Nevada, doing trainings to different casinos, as well as nursing schools, and anybody else that reaches out towards us that would like some training in regards to human trafficking and sex trafficking. So this is kind of our case flow. When we have real victims, we identify our victims. We recover our victims through UC operations, or if they choose to self-report, we build cases against the trafficker. And then we, at the same time, figure out a long-term plan, a short and long-term plans for our victim, and helping them get with court preparation. And our advocate works with us hand in hand during this entire process, and she is there with us the whole time. So the victim path, generally what that happens is we identify our victim. They're recovering them or they're self-reporting. And our advocate is involved from the very beginning. And she is involved with creating a short and long-term plan, working closely with us, as well as the courts, and then helping them prepare for testifying in court cases. So this is from December of 2020 to December of 2021, we've worked with 144 different victims. And kind of what they go through is initial placement. This is what we found that they need, and creating a safety plan for them, getting them things like a place to stay, emergency shelters, medical needs if needed, basic needs, including food, clothing, starting to get them resources and referring them to NGOs and other resources in Northern Nevada, explaining their victim rights, court advocacy, partnering with the advocates within the court system at the DA's office, getting them into treatment programs, relocating them if needed, providing them transportation to wherever they need. It could be across the country. We've helped our victims travel across the country to get what they want and get back home. Providing them with assistance with employment and school assistance. We've had several victims that are currently getting their college education with the assistance of our victim advocate once they've been recovered and completely out of the life. And then immigration assistance if needed during our operations with our victims. Some of the local trends that we're seeing here in Northern Nevada is we have a street level, so where their sex workers work the track, where they solicit the purchasers. We have the casino level, where sex workers are soliciting patrons within the casino, and they're performing those dates or acts in adjoining hotels. Online is where we're seeing most of our sex trafficking take place. That's where sex workers are advertising online and often arrange dates in private locations. And then we're seeing most of our recruitment happening on social media. And these traffickers are locating and grooming victims via social media, and those are juveniles as well as adults. And we're also seeing sex purchasers trying to recruit juveniles into prostitution, as well as sex workers talking with potential sex purchasers via social media and arranging dates that way. We're seeing a lot of chat rooms that are hosting in Northern Nevada and across the country based upon our undercover operations, where it's very prolific what is happening online. And that's where we're seeing, again, the bulk of our recruitment. We're also seeing some residential brothels in Northern Nevada, and that's where sex workers are kept in a private residence or extended stay hotels, and they're performing those acts there. We've been seeing quite a bit of massage parlors kind of pop up as a residential brothel in an extended stay hotel, and then they're only there for a couple of days or a week before they move on to the next location. And then finally, we're seeing actual massage parlors, and that's where sex acts are being performed within the business. And there's also additional elements of human trafficking, bringing these victims in internationally. And we're also seeing that kind of go into more aromatherapy parlors in addition to massage parlors.
Detective Wesley with Heat. I'm going to start to cover some of our demographics that we've collected since we've sort of structured our approach beginning in 2019. Our case volume on adult versus juvenile breakdown, and then again, these are real victims, we're almost at a 50-50 split on juvenile versus adult victim cases. Our average age of recovered victims, and we define a recovery as us performing a physical intervention in the trafficking cycle and removing the victim from the life, even if it is temporary. So our average age of recovered juvenile is just under 16 years old, and the average age of adult recovered victim is about just under 28 years old. The youngest reported victim age that we've received thus far for a female is 12 and 17 for a male. And then our average trafficker age over that rolling statistical period is just under 28 years old as well, which is almost exactly synced up with the average adult age, which is interesting. So here's a breakdown on traffickers by gender. The reason we put this up is there's a lot of misconceptions about what a trafficker may look like. We found that a significant amount of traffickers are on occasion females, which is something that was sort of a new understanding for us when we started doing these cases. So we're almost on a 75-25 split on male versus female traffickers. Here's some of our stats for arrests and recoveries starting in 2018. For context, it's important that you understand in 2019, we only had 2 detectives enforcing these violations on a part-time basis from within the narcotics and street crimes unit. Once we started to show statistical significance of the problem, we advocated with our administration, and we were afforded the opportunity to create the unit that it is now, which is known as HEAT. And in 2020, it was January of 2020, we rolled the unit out and started to increase our enforcement action. And so you'll see how the numbers went up from 2019 into 2020. We had a total of 17 arrests in 19 and 18 recoveries of juveniles and adults. 2020, we had 66 arrests and 15 recoveries. The reason that the arrests increased so much was we really increased the amount of sex purchaser enforcement for that time period, which is what explains the 38 other felony arrests. And then we suspect that that was the initial onset of COVID that really changed the way the commercial sex trade was operating in Reno initially. So we saw a brief decline in the overt victimization that was occurring online. And so we saw a drop in recoveries. And then moving into 2021, again, we continue to ramp up efforts on sex purchasing. And then we also started to notice that our mission set was broadening in scope. And what I mean by that is we're now getting a larger variety. So we're not just doing trafficking, pandering. We're also doing child porn cases and other forms of sexual exploitation cases that are occurring in online platforms. We also do occasionally investigate sexual assault cases when there is significant overlap with the commercial sex trade. So what's complicated about that is with the broadening responsibilities within that broadening mission set is we're being tapped on our available resources, and we're unable to efficiently focus on one particular problem within the commercial sex trade. So with that, sort of explains the variety of arrests that you see increase in 21, and then we were right on par with recoveries in 21 as well. These are some of the public misconceptions that we encounter that affect us adversely. So first and foremost, obviously Nevada prostitution is legal in the right context. And that misconception causes a lot of sex purchasers to travel to Nevada as a destination location to engage in sex purchasing. Also, because it is legalized in brothels, where we are seeing trafficking that occurs from the outside that's brought into brothels, and in a sense, they're laundering their money in doing so. And because it's under the legal umbrella of brothels, they are able to thwart criminal liability at face value. The age of consent within Nevada is another misconception where purchasers assume that if the person they're seeking to purchase is 16, that they can in turn purchase that person because they can consent to sex. And then stereotypical van abductions, and there's this Russian syndicate transporting victims from the East Coast to the West Coast. That's what a lot of people assume, at least locally here, is what sex trafficking must look like. And we fail to recognize within our local society here that it's actually hiding in plain sight. Moving forward on some of our challenges and needs that we've experienced over the last couple of years, juvenile placement specific to resources is really a challenge for our juveniles. And when it comes to, we call it the 3 a.m. problem. If we recover a juvenile at 3 o'clock in the morning, we don't really have anything to do with them, especially if a guardian is not in the picture. Our interim care and placement for adult victims, while it's better than juveniles, it's still limited. Victim resources in general are extremely limited for juveniles. Our John enforcement, we're limited in our enforcement ability based on our local policy, which essentially requires us to cite and move arrests depending on the circumstances. Additionally, as the lieutenant referenced earlier, with I think it's AB 440 coming forward, we're going to be further restricted on how our ability to affect misdemeanor arrests on purchasers. And then on our undercover cases, obviously we have 201.354, which allows an officer to pose as a juvenile for the solicitation cases. And we also have the luring statute, which allows us to pose as a juvenile. But we're not able to charge a completed sex trafficking case. On undercover cases, we have to charge the attempt. So something that we've sort of looked maybe as a solution is if we could get written into the NRS that like the lieutenant referenced, the pimp reversals, if we have an officer posing as a prospective sex worker, the trafficker in turn recruits and attempts to traffic, that we could charge it as a completed sex trafficking case.
California's actually created case law recently where their undercover officers posing as children are actually charging human trafficking of a child. So sex trafficking of a child would be the direct same thing over here. And they're creating case law over there that is held up through the different court systems. So allowing us to be able to charge sex trafficking of a child when we're being recruited online and told to do dates online, and the purchaser comes across the country, or the trafficker comes across the country, or traffickers are here locally, that we can charge them with actual sex trafficking instead of the attempted sex trafficking.
And then when it comes to living on the earnings, if we could somehow build in a differentiation between adult versus child victims, possibly a more significant penalty for the child side of things, that we would hopefully get more teeth in our ability to get sentencing. And then we're experiencing a significant bottleneck in our DA caseload. Our assigned district attorney is Darcy Cameron. She's phenomenal. And she's a very loyal partner in this fight with us. But she's at the point where she's reached a critical point in her caseload where she's unable to essentially take more cases than we're currently generating. So with that and our bottleneck in our ability to process digital evidence, we're going to have to ultimately slow down our operation tempo in order for our DA and evidence processing to keep up with our caseload, which obviously is not desirable with the current situation going on in Nevada with sex trafficking. We've already talked about the legal forms of prostitution that do exist and how that's challenging. We've heard various talk about John penalty funds and how funds would possibly be reallocated to law enforcement for our operations. I think we're still confused on how that would appear, how that would manifest for us, because we have not seen that yet. And then a local problem that we're seeing in terms of cultural and sort of policy is that we have municipal code that has provisions for licensing escorts and escort bureaus, which is problematic because it essentially creates a legal loophole for traffickers and sex workers. If they were to get escort licenses, it would essentially insulate them from various forms of criminal liability. So I think considering trying to eliminate that from the books would be very helpful in some of these cases. And then I'm going to let Detective Johnson talk about the social media challenges that we've experienced.
And we've been receiving a lot of kickback from major social media platforms when trying to serve them with warrants and getting warrant returns and the information back in a timely fashion. In addition, we've noticed that a lot of these social media platforms actually have groups that are allowing human trafficking and sex trafficking to take place within their platforms. So you'll have a group where you'll have sex workers and traffickers all joining the same group, and they're getting recruited, or sex workers will recruit individuals online and bring them into these specifically named groups around sex trafficking. And we're just having a lot of kickback from social media. In addition, one social media in particular, I got on a case regarding some child pornography and distribution there. And that social media platform actually recommended that I follow 4 additional child pornography related accounts that were selling child pornography online, and brought that to their attention. And it took them a bit of time to figure that situation out and take those accounts down, even though there was active exploitation taking place on those accounts. So,
yeah, what it appears to be to us is that in the interest of their efficiency and promoting their business, obviously they're creating AI and algorithms that are promoting their platforms, but in doing so, they're failing to monitor what those algorithms are doing. And what they was actually doing is a direct referral for and distribution of child pornography. So I think there's a lot of naivete that's occurring on those platforms that I think as public and as and stakeholders should be aware of. And then obviously another limitation is detective staffing. We operate on an extremely tight skeleton crew, 4 detectives, 1 sergeant, and 1 victim advocate. And we cannot keep up with what's going on up here in Northern Nevada. And really, we don't just handle cases exclusively in Reno. We're regional, so we do Washoe County, we do Sparks. We've done operations in Fallon, in Carson, in Douglas County, up at Lake Tahoe, basically all of our neighboring jurisdictions. So we've kind of become sort of a Northern Nevada regional response. And with 4 detectives taking caseloads, it's not practical. And we do the best with what we can. And so on that note, kind of going back to our stats that we briefed a few slides ago, the arrests that are reflected on those slides don't accurately portray the amount of tips, leads, or investigations that actually come in. I would say that the amount of tips that come in or investigations we engage in are probably 3 to 4 times that of our arrest statistics. Those are just the ones that have resulted in enforcement action being taken. And this year we've been trying to ramp up efforts, not only on the purchasers, but putting more emphasis back on the traffickers as well. And we try to balance that supply demand curve that we referenced earlier. I think that's all we had for our presentation. I think if questions were happy, we'd have some answers, hopefully.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I feel it's kind of overwhelming, the scope of the problem and our ability to address it. So we appreciate what you're doing. And questions from members of the committee. Assemblyperson O'Neill.
At the very end, you were talking how you conducted activities out in Churchill County, Carson City, up at the lake. Have you looked at any of those agencies in forming a task force, the State Division of Investigation contributing, and then naturally the Attorney General to assist assign a prosecutor for you? Or?
Yes, sir. So the short answer to your question is we've definitely had conversations with the various stakeholders in those communities. And I know our direct supervisor, Sergeant Scott Smith, was unable to be here today. I know he's engaged in those conversations personally and would probably have a better response to what was in those conversations. But I know that is the ultimate goal, is to better collaborate and align our efforts so we can be more efficient across the various jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions? I did just want to go back briefly to your progress as the HEAT team has received more funding and ramped up. And I was a little bit concerned that It looks like the arrests have increased, but the recoveries of victims has decreased in the last 3 years, which seems like a metric we should be keeping track of, but that's trending in the wrong direction.
So I think there's a couple factors at play into that. First being COVID that hit right as our unit formed, which changed how victims were manifesting in our community. We came out swinging really hard in late 2019, and it was a lot easier to identify our juvenile victims on the various escort and prostitution websites. Once we started taking very aggressive enforcement action, we feel that the traffickers started to pick up on how we were enforcing things, and they had to change their MO to thwart our investigations. So COVID played a role. I think traffickers started to change their tactics once we came out aggressive. And then we also increased our efforts on demand reduction through targeting the sex purchasers. So which is why you saw an increase in arrests related to the demand side as opposed to the victim recovery side. And obviously there's always going to be a challenge with victims willing to self-report or self-identify. And so without that, we may not be able to affect a recovery. So hopefully that kind of answers your question, but it's hard to break down. It's definitely a complicated answer to probably an even more complicated situation.
Yeah, that definitely does help answer my question. And it's probably related to something I was thinking about when you got into the social media part of the presentation, was that, you know, I don't imagine that these are, I'll use the name of a social media platform and say, I don't imagine they're Facebook groups that are like human traffickers of Reno. I imagine that they are a little bit more subtle than that. And so I'm interested in how your task force or your team or any team nationally keeps up with, you know, the ever changing, like you said, the changing MOs of traffickers and ways of, I don't know if hiding victims is the right term, but making it harder for law enforcement and community partners and service providers to identify victims. Like, how do you keep up to date with the strategies that they're employing to thwart the investigation?
So with social media, there are some social media applications where there are in plain sight like that. There's one group that RUCs are a part of that is literally pimping teens. That is the name of the group on the social media platform. So we're trying to infiltrate these groups and then conduct our investigations from within there, and just talking with different traffickers on there, as well as victims, trying to figure out intelligence towards other things that are happening is how we're gaining a lot of our intel. And again, having 4 detectives assigned to this problem in Northern Nevada, that really limits the scope of how we want to attack this problem. We want to recover more victims and do these things, but we're being limited on due to the number of detectives that we have assigned.
And the minute that we shift focus for one particular problem of the commercial sex trade, that takes our ability away to address the other. So like I mentioned earlier, you know, when we sort of the contemporary approach to the problem as a whole is to really heavily hit demand reduction. The minute we do that, it takes away our ability to affect victim recoveries and build trafficking cases. And without the specific delegation of variety in teams to handle the various things, and more of a division of labor that we don't have, we're constantly wearing multiple hats, taking them on, putting them up. And so it's a constant battle between resources and staffing.
I can imagine, and I appreciate that kind of that context as well. One more question. How do you train other law enforcement officers, like the rest of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, to, I mean, do you train them to refer cases to you, or are you so overwhelmed that you can't accept referrals from patrol or other investigative agencies?
So when we first started doing outreach and education, we started with the community, specifically schools, various executives in the community, security directors for casinos, counselors, administrators, pretty much anyone you could imagine that would have interaction with our vulnerable population, youth specifically. We started with them. And then once it became a post requirement to ensure that law enforcement was trained. We started putting together some various entry-level training, essentially awareness training for patrol response within law enforcement. And all of our local neighborhood agencies have been trained by us for those tactics. But we also have advanced courses that we teach, usually at least a 4-hour class that we've taught in a couple different locations that actually gets into the tactics and specifically how to engage in these investigations. So it really depends on the audience and what they're desiring. But to answer your question, yes, we definitely encourage, we train and encourage patrol response to initially assess, gather information, and then ultimately report to us. And since we started doing that, we've seen an incredibly significant increase in reporting, which is, I think the more outreach we do, the more reports we get. And so it's now kind of become an exponential issue of reporting that we just can't keep up with.
Well, that's not very encouraging, but I do appreciate not being able to keep up with it is not very encouraging, but I do appreciate that, educating all of the people in the community, which is almost everybody who might encounter some of this activity, is important. And it looks like we do have a question from Assembly. I have questions from Assembly Member Summers Armstrong and Krasner. I will start with Summers Armstrong because I saw your hand first.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. I'm hearing a lot of discussion about after the fact. So once someone is already wrapped up in this web of human trafficking, has there been any effort or outreach done in the community to prevent our young people from being manipulated into this life? Has there been any discussion about how we can start there so that we're not chasing after a horse that's already been let out of them?
Absolutely.
Down the street.
Yes, ma'am. The short answer is yes. We've definitely tailored our outreach efforts towards the vulnerable youth and those who interact with them. Obviously, COVID has affected a lot of things in 2020 when schools shut down and we were unable to get into the schools. We have a plan that's in the works right now to actually scale our outreach efforts and actually target the middle school and high school ages, because I believe the national average for entry into the commercial sex trade is in that 12 to 14-year-old age range. So what that tells us is we really need to be tailoring our outreach efforts to that demographic and be hitting the middle schools regularly. So we have a plan in place for that. But again, it's a battle of, are we best suited to be a detective and investigate cases, or to be engaged in the community? And I think there's no perfect answer to that, because I think we should be doing all of it, but it's a matter of managing our time efficiently. And so, like I said, we're working on a plan to scale our outreach efforts to make sure that those populations are reached. But in the meantime, we've definitely hit a lot of these stakeholders that do engage with them. And from that, we've seen the increase in reporting. And I would argue that we've seen some prevention come from that.
We've also taught several classes to parents in Northern Nevada that are open to the public, so that parents have the tools and knowledge to be able to monitor their children's online presence in order to prevent any potential trafficking. And many parents did bring their kids along to that. And so we gave them the tools and knowledge to be aware that the recruiting does take place. And we have more trainings planned in the near future for parents that's open to whoever wants to come.
Thank you.
All right, I'll move to Assemblymember Krasner.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. Well, I'd first like to say thank you to the great work that's going on here in Washoe County under Sheriff Darren Balaam and Captain Solferino and the HEAT team in regards to human trafficking. I really appreciate the great work you guys are doing. So thank you, first of all. This is an issue that's very important and is a huge issue here in the state of Nevada. Number one, I did see on your list of concerns and areas where you needed some help something about a difficulty in placement of juveniles, especially after hours and on weekends. And can you extrapolate a little bit on that and let us know exactly how we can help you, please, in the next legislative session?
Yes, ma'am. So we're just limited on facilities that can take juveniles on an exigent basis. Obviously, CPS can place youth, but oftentimes they're placed in group homes that are not always the most conducive to healthy habits. For example, we have a current situation where we have a number of youth that are co-located in a group home, and from that group home, they're essentially being recruited to run away and join various other at-risk youth and engage in unhealthy habits such as drug use and engaging in what I would call sex for survival, which is going to at some point turn into sex trafficking. So I think it's just our inability to adequately manage the youth once they are placed by the state. And then obviously at this point, the NGOs that we have locally are more tailored towards adult response and not necessarily towards youth response. So I'm not sure I have a perfect answer for you about what we would need for juvenile placement, but I would say that some sort of intake facility that would be open 24/7 and would be secured to prevent outside influences such as sex purchasers or traffickers from directly recruiting out of those group homes.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the great work Washoe County HEAT team is doing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Okay, I don't see any further questions. And I think, do we still have the Reno Police Department here to present?
So Chair Scheibel, what I wanted to mention is in Northern Nevada, what we do is we have a regional team collaborative effort. Okay. So when for 18 months, when I was the supervisor over Sergeant Scott Smith and this wonderful team, then I promoted to the rank of captain. I got removed and they got under other supervision. So this is a regional effort. The detectives here presenting before you today are all from the Reno Police Department. Washoe County Sheriff's Office has assets through the ICAC unit, and we all work collaboratively together. We are still working on adding additional detectives from both the UNR Police Department, City of Sparks, and Washoe County Sheriff's Office. We're just working on filling line functions first before we can move those assets into these very, very important and special positions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of agenda item number 5 and almost to the halfway point in our meeting. So I am going to take a break, not right now, but after the next agenda item for 10 minutes, if you, just so that you know. If you need to get up before then, you're always free to turn off your camera and grab a sip of water, whatever it is that you need to do. But just so that you know, I am going to build in a 10-minute break. And then also, so those presenters know, and agenda item number 7 from the advocacy organizations that that will be coming. So with that, let's move on to agenda item number 6 on human trafficked and commercially trafficked youth in Nevada. I am going to turn it over to our fantastic team they've already got their PowerPoint up. You guys are on top of it, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Wynn, and members of the committee. My name is Cindy Pitlock, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of Child and Family Services. With me today is Esther Rodriguez-Brown from Ego Friendly Living Consulting, who provides consulting and technical assistance to us related to the commercial sexual exploitation of children, and Ms. Bridget Duffy, who is the Chief of the Juvenile Division for the Clark County DA's office. We are pleased to give you an update today on the CSEC Coalition, its work, give a brief update on implementation of past legislation, and provide a vision for future policy to support this population. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Rodriguez-Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Pitlock. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody in the committee. All right, let me move to the slide. So we're going to be talking a little bit about an update on the CISE coalition. As some of you are familiar with, the first CISE coalition was a mandate, an executive order by the Governor Sandoval. In 2020, Governor Sisilak recognized the work that the coalition did and recommended that we keep the work and establish a new coalition under the supervision of the Department of Child and Family Service. So as you heard during all these great presentations, we have many agencies and partners in our community that are doing great work around the commercially sexual exploitation of children and also adults. The CISE coalition actually want to focus and to ensure and implement and develop recommendations in the collaboration to create a statewide response for everybody. Focus, of course, on children. So according to the previous coalition, in the recommendations and goals that they put together, this coalition is for implement. We are an implementive coalition. So what we did is to take some of the recommendations and goals that the previous coalition did and create 3 subcommittees to be able to focus on some of the major needs. One of the subcommittees is the local task forces, to create regional local task forces and multidisciplinary teams. The other subcommittees is to create external engagement. And the last subcommittee is the funding, data, and sustainability. So in the local task forces and multidisciplinary teams, what we did, we developed different local task forces, and the CISE coalition created a memorandum of understanding that can be used in these different local task forces around the state. So the subcommittee identified different partnerships around the state, not to recreate the wheel, but just to kind of work on some infrastructure that already was created through Nevada, a statewide coalition partnership. We meet with them several times. Actually, I just met with them yesterday. And also we are working with the Indian child welfare community so we can engage the Indian community as well. I'm still working with the local task forces to keep the implementation of the MDTs as a subcommittee. What we did was to identify, and now the implementation has to come along. So some of the goals that we have with the MDTs, and again, as you heard in previous presentations, we have already multidisciplinary teams that are working in the north and in the south. Our goal as a CISE coalition is to bring everybody together and to bring those efforts together so we don't have silos working, and they feel also that there is not enough support. But it's to provide a coordinated and interagency approach, and also to assess what kind of services do we have in our state to be able to serve CISEC survivors across the state. Also, the MDTs are responsible for immediate response. Lieutenant Robert, he talked about how they have their MDT and they have their advocates that respond 24/7. So the idea is to create that across the state. So it's not only working on one side or the other of the state, but to create a consistency around the state. During the MDTs, you have different roles, and that's up to whatever group is running that MDT. I met yesterday with Douglas County, and we are working and to create a local task force and MDT along with all the services that they already have there. So to explore what are some of the gaps that we can help to provide. So the idea is that MDTs also will reduce the risk of re-traumatization. The ones that we have been working in direct services with survivors, we know that survivors go from one place to another. So if they have contact with law enforcement, they have to explain what happened to them. Then the advocates, and if they get into therapy, maybe with the therapies, and whomever is touching that child, a lot of the times the child have to re-explain everything that happened to them. So MDTs will will help to minimize the re-traumatization, and children have to be explaining constantly what happened to them. So in the entities, you have the core members who participate, and then you have other members that participate as a needed basis. The idea in the local task forces and where we are discussing that in whatever area the MDT is done, they're going to have their core members, which are local enforcement from that area, which is service providers from that area, the school district, juvenile justice representation, and child welfare. And then there are other members, like members of the CISE coalition or myself, that we can participate as a needed basis as they need to maybe a technical assistant, or in particular, a particular case that they maybe need our recommendation. Some of the MDT responsibilities for each CISE local task force determines the structure of the MDT. So everybody is going to create their own responsibilities and what are they want to do. The CISE coalition is here, yes, as a support system and as in providing technical assistance for them to create these local task forces and to have that support as the needed basis, and also like I said before, to create that formal memorandum of understanding. Then of course they can address or modify to their own needs. So the other subcommittee that we created was an external engagement, and the external engagement took upon two goals. One was a Nevada Rapid Indicator tool. And what we did with this tool, which maybe some of you are familiar, this is an assessment tool and a screening tool that is being used in particular in child welfare, is that we did an update to create more inclusivity. So it was not too many questions to identify LGBTQ community. And also there were some questions that wasn't very, it wasn't spotting too well boys or males, and maybe they were being recruited into trafficking. So we did a little update with the groups that, other groups that help us to create a little bit more inclusivity, and is about to be released to everybody in our next CISE coalition meeting, which is in March. Also, my colleague, Ms. Bridget Duffy, will be talking about legislation, but the CISE coalition really feels that the NREIT should be mandated through a statute. So making sure that every child that come in touch with not only child welfare, but any other agency, government or not, that they can have this assessment done and this screening. And the other goal that this subcommittee took upon was the Nevada 211. SB 143 talk about the accessibility of services. And so Nevada 211, it's a resource that we have around the state, but it didn't have to clear how victims and survivors could access, because it's not a clear tab into the website for them to be able to access. So we've been working with Nevada 211, and that will be hopefully soon up and running in their website. For the funding, data, and sustainability, we are very excited because one of the questions and the theme that has been coming along the presentations is the statewide data and how we as a state are sharing this data. And the truth is there is nothing yet that is collecting data from all the state and from different agencies. And again, every agency, they have their own database, and some of the times they do share those with us and with NGOs, and they use that for grants, but we don't have anything that is consistent. So the past coalition did a lot of research around other models around the country, and they recommended to create through the Statistical Analysis Center that is housed in UNLV and the University in Nevada, Las Vegas, to be there, the house where every organization and agency can send data, and we can have something that is centralized. So DCFS, yes, has a contract with UNLV, and Dr. Alexis Kennedy is going to be supervising the database, where they will be inputting and collecting and managing and also creating statistical reports statewide. So we understand the numbers, what are the services that are working, and what is the things that we maybe can improve. Also, we are currently in conversations with the Homeless Management Information System to further explore if we can utilize that infrastructure to create a software for CSEC. Again, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, let's see what we have that is working with other populations, and maybe we just can adapt that into the needs that we have for CSEC and the state. And we are now into the point that we are restructuring the subcommittees. Those 3 subcommittees accomplished certain goals that now myself and other members are going to keep working and to make sure and ensure the implementation. But we're coming into our legislation season, and so we are restructuring the subcommittees into 2. The legislative subcommittee will be to prepare recommendations for the upcoming legislation session, and we will be meeting the 2nd Thursday of every month starting in March. And also the strategic planning review. The PASS Coalition published strategic planning, which is in the DCFS website, if anybody's interested in access that. And in that strategic plan, there are certain goals and strategies that need to be reviewed because some of them have been accomplished, some of them may be a little bit obsolete. So this new subcommittee is going to be focusing on reviewing those strategies and also focusing a little bit on prevention, how we can create some prevention strategies to prevent actually the children end up in the situations of trafficking. And okay, so let's talk about a little bit about the gaps that we have in our state, that we have been identifying through the CSEC Coalition meetings and through our own experiences. So we really need CSEC specialized mental health. We have great therapies in our communities, but a lot of the times they focus on trauma as a whole, and it's great because we need more trauma-informed therapies, but we also need more trauma-informed therapies that are specialized in providing services for the population that we are discussing. Also, alternative therapies. A lot of the times our survivors are not ready to engage in traditional cognitive or linguistic therapy because they don't want to talk about it. So there are other alternative therapies that are available that it will be very helpful to have and to offer for survivors that they want to move forward into their healing process. Also create a self-care culture and opportunities for professionals that are working with highly traumatized populations to avoid burnout and high turnover. We tend to focus on the survivors and we tend to focus on the population that we work with, but we forget that behind that work is a individual who is constantly checking in survivors, who is constantly providing these services. And we have a high turnover in this particular field because it's a lot of vicarious trauma and it's a lot of compassion fatigue. A lot of the times we do some trainings, we tell people to go and get a massage and do their nails, but this is really not self-care. Self-care has to be embedded in the culture of the organization and the agencies. Also, it is important to have mandated training, CSEC mandated training for professionals that maybe encounter the population. And that will include professionals like judges, attorneys, advocates, law enforcement, anybody, school staff, anybody who in one point of this multi-layer process will encounter children that are at risk or that are already identified as a CSEC. Also, specialized housing. I know that some of my colleagues, they talk about the specialized housing, especially for juveniles. And Dr. Pitlow will talk a little bit more about the receiving centers, but we really need not only that hub where the kids are coming and they are being screened wherever they need to go, but specialized foster homes that the foster parents and the staff that were there understand the dynamic of CSEC and want to work with this population. The continuum of care is another big gap that we encounter. Children that are in CSEC, they eventually are going to turn into adults, and it's very difficult to create that continuum of care. And we really want to make sure that kids that are aging out of the system, they have that support. CSEC standards of care for providers and professionals. Right now, we don't have any standards that create a guideline for anybody who want to work with CSEC and out of state. Of course, it will be great if we can create a Medicaid special classification for CSEC services and providers that are providing these services. And of course, the magic gap that I think everybody's talking about, funding to be able to fulfill all these gaps. And with this, I'm going to pass the mic to Ms. Bridget Duffy, and she will be talking about legislation that will support all this information. Thank you so much.
So good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. I'm Bridget Duffy. I'm going to take over for a couple slides now. So our legislative request that could support our children who are victims would, the first one was kind of easy, as you've heard a lot over the past this past morning about these multidisciplinary teams. There is a recommendation that we make these statutorily mandated. There's precedence in our current statute under child death reviews, and I cited the statute there. And as you had heard earlier from Ms. Riley, the domestic violence death review team, there's collaboration within those MDTs of service providers, law enforcement, child welfare advocates, and agencies. And they ensure services are provided utilizing trauma-informed care approach and determining gaps in services. So with the child death review team, which I am extremely familiar with because I've sat on it for many years, the statute allows for the purpose of organizing the team, the composition of the team, and most importantly, information sharing. A lot of information that each discipline has is confidential, and there are not exceptions in the individual statutes. For example, child welfare statutes or juvenile justice statutes that really allow for that sharing of information. So we're entering into MOUs and confidentiality agreements. But being able to put into statute that we may openly share information in the best interest of that child victim, and have that confidentiality level put in there. So the next couple, as I said, the MDT was kind of an easy one, but the next couple, we had Esther and I and the group have looked at this scorecard. I don't know if you've all seen this. This is the Shared Hope scorecard of child and youth sex trafficking for Nevada. And if you can see it, we have a big old F right there. So of course, after reading that, I was not satisfied with the grade. Many people were not satisfied with the grade because I know that our state has done a lot over the last decade, at least, to improve our service provisions, the way we treat child victims of sex trafficking. So an F was pretty hard to take. So Esther and I set up a meeting to speak with the Shared Hope representatives, and she and I went through each and every policy point in that report. And when we got off of the virtual meeting, I really feel like we brought it up to a good solid D+ by ensuring that they understood some of our statutory interpretation, because I believe that they were not interpreting our statutes correctly in some areas. So if you can go to the next slide, Esther. So some of the things that we found that were kind of easily put into statute here that would assist with that Shared Hope report was to mandate the child welfare agencies and juvenile justice agencies screen children in their care for experiences of commercial exploitation. So currently this is done among juvenile justice and child welfare agencies by policy, at least in the two largest jurisdictions. But it is not in statute, and that is why Shared Hope was not giving us a above a failing grade for that, because they don't review our policies, just our statutes. So by placing that screening tool into statute, it would help us to improve our grade. There is an exception. We do have NRS 432C passed a couple legislative sessions ago. That does require the screening of children when a report is made to a child welfare agency. So there is that exception, but otherwise it's not in our statute. Next slide, Esther. So other things that I believe that this legislative body could look at for the next session would be a creation of an actual safe harbor law. Currently, Nevada law, we have a version of a safe harbor law. And if a law enforcement officer arrests a child for solicitation or prostitution, the DA, we may file allegations of solicitation or prostitution. However, the court at that point may not adjudicate. For those of you not familiar with juvenile law, adjudicate would be, the finding of guilty. So we're not adjudicating the child for those charges. Those charges are held open by statute for services to be provided and the case to be dismissed upon the child's 18th birthday, unless the child consents. However, true safe harbor laws have a lot of different meanings across the country, but really what they are designed to move away from a punitive approach for juveniles who commit nonviolent offenses as a direct result of their victimization. So an example would be a child who is soliciting in a gaming establishment in Nevada cannot be found guilty or adjudicated of that solicitation, but nothing prevents the charge of minor in a gaming establishment, which you could see that's an easy connection to his or her victimization. So that would be a safe harbor law attempt. Extend the ability to testify by alternative means to all victims who are under the age of 18. That actually is an incorrect statute citation there. I'm sorry, it's actually 229, not 227. That's my bad. But we have currently, we may have video recorded testimony of children under 14 for preliminary hearings and grand juries upon the request of the DA or the court upon its own motion. So the importance of this is a hurdle to prosecuting traffickers is often the fear instilled in our child victims, as well as the trauma that causes a flight or fight response to many of them. So oftentimes we lose our child victims to runaway episodes prior to trials. Because honestly, trials take a long time to get set and heard, and traffickers actually benefit from kicking cases out for a year or more because we often lose the victims. And allowing videotape testimony from a prelim or grand jury at trial would assist in having traffickers ultimately held accountable for victimizing children. A little more controversial, but I felt like I wanted to represent the entire group that we are here for today, because this has been an ongoing conversation, is to eliminate licensed houses of prostitution. And I say controversial because I know there's been a lot of debate back and forth. It is not controversial to those of us who are advocates for children and victims in our state, but I wanted to make sure that I did put that on there. The other recommendation is to amend 201-300 to include the word patronize, making a buyer of a child subject to the same criminal penalties as a trafficker. Right now, while they are subject to penalties of a felony, they are not subject to the same category felony as a trafficker would be. Next slide. So I'm going to now pass it off to Dr. Pitlock to talk about the state's implementation of the past legislation.
Thank you very much. Again, Cindy Pitlock. I'm the Administrator of Division of Child and Family Services. So a few bills to highlight for you to talk about past implementation of past bills from last session. AB 143. This bill defined victims of human trafficking and requires DCFS to designate a human trafficking specialist within the program for compensation for victims of crime, that there is a directory of services for victims of human trafficking publicly posted on the website, and to develop a safety plan for the delivery of services. So we are working with Ms. Rodriguez-Brown in the Office of the Attorney General to establish the membership of that coalition. I think you heard a little bit of an update on AB 143 prior, so I won't belabor it. Impediments identified. We really are not identifying any impediments to implementation for that bill at this point. SB 177. Revised the provisions governing eligibility for and awarding of grants from the account for aid for victims of domestic and sexual violence and increase the portion of the fee for a marriage license from $25 to $50. So SB 177 has been implemented with a second disbursement of $2 million to the nonprofits providing domestic violence and sexual violence services across the state. This has allowed agencies in the 15 rural counties to expand the services that are covered by the funding to victims of sexual assault. The notice of funding opportunity that will be released by 3/1/22 is being updated to incorporate the sexual violence funding. So we're encouraging our stakeholders to take part in that NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity. AB 30 revised the name of the account for aid for victims of domestic violence, and we are not having any impediments to that implementation. The SB 274, that's the big one that I think that we can all agree that we have impediments to implementation. SB 274 provides for the licensure of receiving centers or CSEC and the certification of other facilities and entities to provide CSEC services. We have hired a company to write the regulations for receiving centers. Our biggest barrier to implementation here is obviously funding. So CSEC receiving centers are required to be a secured, locked facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, providing a wide array of services, including mental health triage, assessment of basic needs, medical needs, psychiatric evaluation, referral to detoxification, short-term placement, academic support. And what we're doing right now is trying to reach out to possible stakeholders and partners for physical locations that may be utilized to extend that service array versus standing up a new service array. So really for that impediment for SB 274 would be the funding portion. So my team is available to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you so much for listening to our ideas on our CSEC population and how to improve that service array. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee? Oh, Assemblymember Krasner, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. I just had a question, and I believe it was on the portion of the presentation that Assistant District Attorney Bridget Duffy was commenting on. She had said that there are currently portions in the NRS relating to juveniles that protect juveniles and do not allow the sharing of information on juveniles. But she wants to undo those NRS sections and allow for that sharing of information. And so I'm wondering, number one, why is the NRS written in a way that information is not shared? I would think it would be to protect the juvenile, but I'm wondering what her answer is. And then why would we want to do that? Wouldn't that then create more records for juveniles, when I think we all agree that juveniles deserve to have a second chance? You know, we talked about this a lot in the last session. So just wondering, thank you.
So Assemblymember Krasner, thank you for that question and allowing me to clarify, because I think it's important that I clarify this. I am not, so right now, when we have a child death review, which is in statute in our NRS 432B, community partners come together: school district, juvenile justice, child welfare agencies, coroners, law enforcement, and some of those entities, the information around the deceased child is confidential. For example, the school district, school information around that child is confidential. Child Protective Services information is confidential, and Juvenile Justice Services information is confidential. In the statute that creates the Child Death Review Team, or that MDT, there is a portion of it that allows for that open sharing of communication. So the confidentiality is addressed for that specific meeting of professionals to determine, its requirements under statute. It also has criminal penalties attached for dissemination of any information gathered in that meeting when discussing that child's particular death. So that's what I'm saying, that if we create a statutory MDT around child victims of sex trafficking, we can build in that responsibility that allows us to share information. So if we have a victim of sex trafficking and she has a child protective service history and she has a juvenile justice history, and we want to know what she's doing in school, and these are all people that come to the table with service providers, with law enforcement, that we can openly talk about how to best service that child victim as a community without the constraints of, well, we can't tell you what she does. But if we put it into statute, that confidentiality is allowed to be shared. That confidential information is allowed to be shared with the professionals in that meeting, and criminal. So we can put criminal penalties on anybody that further disseminates that information out. So if I go out and I start talking to people about this child victim of sex trafficking school records, I could be then charged with an offense because I got that information from that meeting, because that would be information I would not normally be entitled to because it's protected by federal law. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to expand sharing of information like to penalize anybody. It's really how we work together to help a victim receive the proper services and treatment.
Chair Scheibel, if I may. Chair Scheibel, may I speak?
Go ahead.
So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I'm just guessing that the reason those NRS statutes are in place for juveniles only is to protect the juvenile and not create a further record for the juvenile, and protect the juvenile in certain ways. And even though it would not intentionally be further harming the juvenile by sharing this information with this party and that party and the other party, I am concerned that an unintended consequence would be to harm the juvenile and create a record for the juvenile where I think we're all trying to say, hey, juveniles deserve a second chance, especially if it was a misdemeanor or less, and not create further records for juveniles. Just saying, there are always unintended consequences of undoing statutes that are in place to protect children. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Duffy, could you just clarify? I thought that we were talking about child death investigations.
Bridget Duffy for the record. Chair Scheibel, in statute already, we have precedents in the child death review under NRS 432B that allows for the sharing of information at an MDT for the purposes set forth in that statute. So it's not changing the information in the school district statutes. It's just the creation of a decision-making group can come together and talk freely in order to assist the child that's in the middle of the conversation.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
But this is not exclusively for those death investigations. I believe you said that that's already in statute. This would be for other things, including human trafficking. Is that correct?
Bridget Duffy for the record. Yes, Assembly Member Krasner. So I'm letting this body know there's precedence in the statute that if you're interested in helping the CSEC Coalition create an MDT statutorily, you could revert to that statute, and it's already in place, and how we manage that, and it's been in place for quite some time. So my reference to the child death review as we used to have, as we have the domestic violence death review, fatality review, then yes, there's already in statute, we have precedence for it. So my only reason for bringing this up is that you only need to look as far as 432B to get the outline of how to create an MDT in statute.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like Assemblymember Summers Armstrong has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Duffy, I'm still a little confused. So if you can clarify for me, would this information sharing be only related to the death of someone as related to sex trafficking, or it would be for someone who was alive and trying to offer them help with different agencies being able to communicate information? And if that's correct, I have a follow-up.
Bridget Duffy, for the record. Assemblymember Summers Armstrong. Yes, this is for alive victims. This is for when law enforcement bring in Bridget, who has been identified on the strip as soliciting, and she's 13 years old, and they've arrested the trafficker, and there's a criminal trial pending, and she's in need of counseling, and so a live victim Bridget needs people to come around and talk about her so that we can make sure that we put in the right services and have do not further traumatize her as she's getting ready to testify at trial. So all of that needs to occur. That is, we are doing it now in many jurisdictions via MOU. That is what we are doing now to assist that child in getting the proper services and to prevent additional trauma.
Thank you for that clarification. So as a follow-up, can you speak to us about whether or not there have been instances of breaching of those confidences so that we can have an idea of if this is a common practice that we've had a breach of the confidences? Have there been no instances of the breaching of the confidences? And I have to agree with Assemblywoman Krasner, or just share her concern, I should say. One of the things that we are finding in adult sentencing and attempts to keep people's records, to clear up records, and a concern of mine has been from the beginning, is once records are in the ether, once they have been released, it is almost impossible to expunge, to clear, to conceal. When someone actually has a right to have that done, those records are still showing up because once the records are out there, there's no way to control who has access and how it spreads. So if you would please speak to that.
Yes. Bridget Duffy, for the record. Thank you, Assemblymember Summers Armstrong. So I can only speak toward Clark because that's where I practice, but I am not aware of any breaches of confidentiality where we have filed criminal charges against a member of a multidisciplinary team for disseminating further information that was gathered while trying to assist victims. So I in Clark County, that's all I can speak to. And as far as the records, we're not creating a record. I'm not handing somebody else child welfare information or juvenile justice information. We're sitting around the table to say, this is what we know about this child. How can we best get this child services? And it allows us to talk freely about it, but there's no formal record that's created out of an MDT. There's recommendations for how are we going to get this child from this foster home across town to testify at the Regional Justice Center, and we need to make sure that she has the proper clothing, that we have whatever service provider is her biggest support, so that we can all do that. And then law enforcement's important in that because they know a lot about the trafficker and the trafficker's family. So all of us can come together and discuss these cases open and freely, but there is no paper record created. It's not a court case. There's no record.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
All right, any other questions from, Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Duffy, if I understood correctly, you said you currently have an MOU to address the issue. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. Bridget Duffy for the record. Yes, Assemblymember O'Neill. We are using MOUs to be able to come together with our membership to assist these victims.
Within the MOU, is there a paragraph that deals with the penalty if someone releases any of this confidential information?
This is Bridget Duffy for the record. No, because MOUs are not legally binding. So we sign confidentiality agreements, but they're not. Okay. The MOUs themselves are not legally binding.
That's what I wanted to understand, but is the person then at least is excluded from any future meetings then? You can do that, I assume.
Bridget Duffy for the record. Yes, that we can do. And we've had some piecemeal MDTs because we have to exclude people that aren't entitled to that confidential information. So it's like, excuse me, you have to leave. And then excuse me, you have to leave. And it would be much better for those of us in practice who are doing this work for these victims. And you heard it from law enforcement north and south. You know, we come together and we talk about how to best treat them. To have it in a statutorily mandated multidisciplinary team that outlines membership, penalties for breaching confidentiality so that we can all work together with the goal of helping these child victims.
That's what I wanted. It was that last part that I really appreciate where you summarized the need for it. Because to really address the victim, which we're there for and what we're concerned about, is you need full information to do a holistic approach and not to exclude. So I really appreciate that. And thank you, Chair, for the time.
Absolutely. Anybody else with questions for our presenters? All right, I don't see any further questions. So I believe that concludes item number 6 on our agenda. We still have 2 more presentations and another public comment period. Before we get to those, we will take the promised 10-minute break. I will extend it to 12 minutes because my clock shows it's 11:48. So that would bring us back at exactly noon. I'm just going to turn off my mic and camera. I recommend everybody do the same so we can fire back up in 12 minutes and get back to work. Thanks. discovered that the clock on the internet and the clock on my screen are different. So I'm not quite sure how that's happening, but it looks like most of our folks are back. Can you just give me a wave if you're here, committee members? I may have spoken too soon. Yeah, okay, it looks like everybody's here, or most everybody is here. And I'm sure that anybody who's still trickling in will get caught up. So at this time, we are going to move to agenda item number 7. This is our presentation and update from a group of advocacy organizations who also work on human trafficking and sexual violence issues in the state of Nevada. And I will just turn it over to all of you to tell us who's going to start and where we're going to go.
Chair Scheibel, if I can jump in, I think we at the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence will go first. So give me one moment while I get my screen shared for you all.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and the members of the Joint Committee. I'm Cameron Ballantyne. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. I'm thrilled to be before you today, and thank you for the opportunity to present and advocate on behalf of these urgent topics. Unfortunately, domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking affect so many Nevadans. We appreciate your leadership and commitment to tracking these policies, to tackling them, and what we believe will prevent, intervene, and respond to violence throughout our communities. At this time, I'm going to pass the time over to our policy and subject matter experts, Sarah Sylvanus, the NCEDSV's Communication and Policy Director, and Serena Evans, the NCDSV's Policy Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Sylvanus, the Communications and Policy Director for the Coalition. What is now NCEDSV was founded by the then only 5 domestic violence agencies in 1980. Over the last 40 plus years, the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence has grown to include various partner members that provide services to domestic and sexual violence victims across Nevada. We serve as an agency that assists our direct service providers with training, technical assistance, advocacy, policy support, a micro and macro perspective on how these issues are evolving, and subsequent prevention and intervention opportunities at every level. We coordinate with experts doing the daily work to assist survivors, as well as with other professionals who interact with victims and their loved ones, researchers, policymakers like you, and many others to ensure that survivors are heard, represented, and included in all aspects that influence their safety, as well as perpetrator accountability. Without us, there would be no statewide and national voice, nor consistency in materials or across trainings. Small and emerging programs would struggle to find and compete for funding, or ensure that their fledgling programs were starting off on stable footing. They would not feel certain about where to call when in need for help for solving those challenges that inevitably arise as they take on the task of serving individuals who have experienced some of life's cruelest abuses at the hands of someone who has professed to love them. Slide 2, please. Our membership is comprised of a wide net of groups and individuals, from our program members who are on the front lines, deserving the essential services in spite of a ravaging global pandemic, to others within the social services field who are also scrambling in the face of grossly inadequate funding while living in the richest country on earth as the backdrop, as they try to preserve a desperately tenuous safety net to keep our mutual clients from sinking completely into obscurity. Our members also include students, couples, seniors, and victim survivors who support those for whom my colleagues and I are here. Some of you may already be one of those members. But ultimately, the work that we do is guided by the needs of those victim survivors here in Nevada. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my policy coordinator, Serena Evans, to discuss a deeper dive into our services and numbers, but I will stand by for questions. Serena?
Thanks, Sarah, and good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. As always, it's a delight to be here in front of you today. Before we do a deep dive into the discussion of advocacy services throughout the state, I want to first highlight all of the amazing programs in Nevada that serve victim survivors day in and day out. Every community-based domestic and sexual violence advocacy program in Nevada is pinpointed here on this map, and this is just to give you all some context of where programs exist in the state. Before we dive into the depth of the discussion, I always just like to offer a trigger warning. We know that domestic sexual violence and commercial sexual exploitation are inherently emotional topics, and some of the materials and anecdotes presented may be uncomfortable to hear. So if at any point you need to look down, look away, take a breather, or excuse yourself, please do so. To begin, I would like to talk about what domestic violence is. There's a misconception that domestic violence is only physical harm, such as hitting, choking, broken bones, bruises, and physical marks that can be seen. The truth is, though, that domestic violence is far more than just physical violence. Domestic violence is a systemic pattern of power and control. While domestic violence can certainly be one instance of physical violence, more often than not, it is a reoccurring pattern of threats, assertion of power, and the installation of fear. In many stories we hear from victim survivors, they are groomed by their perpetrator to tolerate power and control, and that is then when the physical violence starts. There are many ways in which domestic violence presents itself. One of the most common and often overlooked forms of domestic violence is emotional abuse. This is the degrading remarks, the constant belittling, and the gaslighting. Gaslighting essentially is a form of manipulation, creating a false narrative, forcing the victim survivor to question their own reality. Financial and economic abuse are also increasingly common in domestic violence. Financial abuse looks like sabotaging someone's employment, destroying their credit, taking out loans in their name, or withholding accesses to finances as a tool to keep them put. Another common tactic of abusers is to isolate their victim survivor. This can mean sabotaging relationships, not letting them see friends or family, and oftentimes moving them to new locations as to uproot their social circle and safety net. While not physically aggressive survivors, we also hear about stories of coercion and threats, inflicting fear and psychological violence. This can look like your perpetrator coming home and not saying a word, but very quietly getting the gun out of the safe and cleaning it at the kitchen table and or putting it by the armchair of the couch that you're sitting at. And while this isn't inherently violent, we know that the psychological violence has lasting effects on victim survivors, and it's a way to control them. Of course, this list is not exhaustive to what domestic violence is, as domestic violence is unique to each victim survivor. So how common is domestic violence? Unfortunately, it's far more prevalent than it should be. More than 1 in 5 violent crimes is a domestic violence case. Putting that into perspective of how many individuals it affects, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men have been victims of severe physical violence. Not only that, but 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical aggression by an intimate partner. It's easy to look at these numbers and statistics, but I challenge you all to think about how many family members and friends you have and try to conceptualize how many people in your lives have likely been affected by domestic violence. Additionally, I would like to note that the presence of a gun in a domestic violence relationship increases the risk of homicide for the victim survivor by 500%. While it is incredibly telling to look at the national statistics, law enforcement numbers, and reported statistics, the true story really lies within the number of contacts and clients that our programs see and serve. For many reasons, victim survivors do not report their abuse to law enforcement. It's not always the safest option to seek assistance from law enforcement. And when trying to leave an abusive relationship, rather, victim survivors seek assistance from community advocacy programs to assist with things such as safety planning, emergency shelter, legal advocacy, support groups, and case management. On this slide, I've included numbers from our quarterly statistic reports from 2018 up until 2021. These numbers come to us from our program members, and our program members are not necessarily every direct service provider in the state, so I want to make sure that that's clearly expressed. Additionally, with our current membership makeup, these numbers primarily reflect services throughout Northern Nevada and our rural communities. These numbers really help paint a picture of the number of victim survivors that our programs serve every year. I won't go over all the data, as you can all view that in your own time. But just a couple of numbers that I really wanted to highlight for you all is the number of case management services and hotline calls that our programs receive have steadily increased since 2018. And from 2020 to 2021, you will see that there is about double the amount of face-to-face crisis intervention services requested. Since the pandemic has hit, all individuals, including victim survivors, have been seeking a sense of community. And with such unprecedented times, we have heard from our program members that victims are reaching out for assistance with food insecurity, applications for public benefits, connections to employment opportunities, along with needing the emotional support that victim advocates can provide. As you'll also see, some of the numbers such as emergency motel bed nights and individuals attending professional therapy sessions has kind of fluctuated over the years. And this is likely due to the cuts in and the availability of funding. Looking more into the number of clients served throughout our programs, we can also look at this important data from our national partners at the National Network to End Domestic Violence, also known as NNEDV. Each year, they conduct a nationwide survey to screenshot just how many victim survivors are served throughout the United States in just one 24-hour period. I've included the Nevada-specific data for you all to review here for 2018, 2019, and 2020. The 2021 data is not yet available, but you can see that, for instance, in 2020, there was 501 victim survivors that made contact with our 17 programs throughout the state, or 14 out of the 17, I should say, as only 14 organizations participated that year. As we talk about domestic violence, we also have to talk about the truly heartbreaking reality of Nevada being an unsafe place for women. In the past 11 years, Nevada has consistently been in the top 10 states for women murdered by men. Most recently in 2019, Nevada ranked third. 35 females were murdered by men, 78% of which were by gunfire. And of those lives lost, 94% of the victims were murdered by someone they knew, with over half of them being wives, common law wives, partners, ex-girlfriends, ex-partners of the offender. These numbers are atrocious, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this report does not include murders of Indigenous women, and that the numbers of murdered women in Nevada is likely much higher than what's reported here. So what can we do? It's clear that domestic violence is a problem in Nevada, and we, meaning the community advocacy organizations and policy members like yourself, must prioritize prevention. So there are many different interventions and pathways to prevention. First being increasing economic opportunities. According to the Centers for Disease Control, increasing pathways to financial self-sufficiency and economic support is one of the most effective ways at decreasing risk factors for domestic as well as sexual violence. Of course, domestic violence occurs in every socioeconomic class, but when folks are financially dependent on another or have no financial supports, they are far less likely to be able to change their environments. We know that the more economic stressors present, the risk for domestic violence also increases. By creating opportunities for affordable healthcare, access to education, increasing public benefits, and paying people fair wages, we are guarding them with tools to prevent violence within their own lives. Also successful in violence prevention is access to safe and affordable housing. We know that domestic violence is one of the main causes of homelessness amongst women, and consequently, being homeless greatly increases an individual's risk for domestic or sexual violence perpetration. As we talk about domestic violence prevention, we must also talk about anti-oppression work. You cannot achieve the elimination of one type of violence without eliminating all violence. Marginalized communities such as Black, Latinx, and LGBTQIA+ communities all experience domestic violence at higher rates than their white cisgendered counterparts. So domestic violence prevention is truly rooted in anti-oppression work. We can also not end violence if we don't teach about what violence is in teaching our youth healthy relationship skills. So proper education is also an important and necessary part of our prevention. And lastly, being a state that ranked third for women murdered by men, majority of those by gunfire, we have to prioritize stronger firearm provisions, and we are doing a disservice to victims by not. At this point, I'm going to switch gears and focus on sexual assault in Nevada. First and foremost is understanding what sexual violence is. Currently in the NRS, sexual assault is only defined as penetrative rape, but sexual assault is far more than just rape. Sexual violence is any unwanted touching or sexual contact, unwanted fondling or groping, forced masturbation of yourself or another, forced sexual touching of another, exposing one's genitals to another without their consent, forcing another to watch pornography or sexual acts against their will, or watching someone in a private act without their permission. Also is the dissemination of one's private photo or videos, sometimes referred to as revenge porn. Sexual assault also includes things like the unwanted removal of someone's clothing, and of course, penetrative rape. Most importantly, as we talk about sexual violence, we need to talk about consent. Lack of dissent does not constitute freely given consent. Many victims are coerced, taken advantage of, or are in an absolute state of shock or fear for their lives, causing them to not fight back or dissent to the assault. Consent to sexual assault is also not consent to all sexual acts. So meaning while one person may consent to oral sex, that does not mean that they are necessarily consenting to penetrative sex. Again, with this list, it's not an exhaustive list, and each victim survivor's perspective and experience with sexual violence is unique. As I did with domestic violence, I want to share some alarming national statistics on sexual assault that paint a picture of the prevalence in our communities. Nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men experience rape. As discussed earlier, rape is not only the form of sexual assault, and as such, 81% of women and roughly 43% of men experience some form of sexual harassment or sexual assault throughout their lifetime. Oftentimes, there's a narrative around sexual assault that it is a stranger in a bush that comes out and attacks you, when in reality, victims more often than not know their perpetrator. In a study of adult victim survivors, 73% knew their assailant. And focusing specifically on the criminal justice aspect, sexual assault is incredibly prevalent in our communities, but only about 1/3 of assaults are ever reported to law enforcement. Even more heartbreaking is that of every 1,000 sexual assaults reported to law enforcement, 975 perpetrators will walk free. Knowing how underreported sexual assault is, advocacy organizations play an important role in offering support and healing to victim survivors, whether they choose to report or not. On this screen, you'll see statistics from our program members. I do want to note that NCE DSV became a dual coalition back in 2017. Prior to that, we were only a domestic violence coalition. So our capacity for sexual assault has grown with each passing year. In 2018, this was the first year that we collected sexual assault data, so the numbers are pretty bleak, and that is because our sexual assault program membership was low. As the years have progressed and our capacity has grown, so has our membership of sexual assault programs. as well as with the passage of the Sexual Assault Survivors Bill of Rights in the 2019 legislative session, we were able to train more sexual assault advocates and increase sexual assault advocacy across the state. And while there has been an increase, there's still a need to expand the services. I'll let you all review these numbers. We don't need to go through each line item. When we talk about sexual assault, we also have to talk about sexual assault forensic exams. A forensic exam is conducted by a sexual assault nurse examiner. These exams are often referred to as SANE exams. While not necessary to file a report, an exam increases the likelihood that a report will be prosecuted. Currently in Nevada, there are only 6 SANE exam locations throughout all of Nevada. As you can see from this map, the central rural part of Nevada does not have easy access to a SANE exam. And often in our rural communities that do have a SANE exam location, they're not fully staffed, which means they do not operate 24/7. So folks in our rural communities are often forced to travel very far distances to receive a SANE exam. For those of you who aren't familiar with the SANE exam, I would like to talk about the process and what that entails. The SANE exam is conducted to collect forensic evidence following a sexual assault. These exams are often incredibly invasive, personal, traumatizing, and quite frankly, can be embarrassing. They include a close-up exam of genitals, taking pictures, collecting specimens, and swabbing for DNA. Usually a victim survivor's body is examined by the same nurse head to toe. Unfortunately, in sexual assault, a victim survivor's body is a crime scene. And so if the victim survivor is wearing the clothes from the assault, they are then often stripped of their clothes to taken as evidence and given a pair of donated sweats to go home in. After the exam is completed, a SANE nurse will then provide the victim survivor with prophylactic medication to prevent any pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, or infections. This exam can take upwards of 5 hours to complete. And following an assault and before an exam, victim survivors are encouraged not to shower, use the bathroom, eat or drink anything, as not to interfere with any evidence that might be living on their body. For an individual in our rural community, they oftentimes have to travel anywhere from 2 to 6 hours to receive a SANE exam. I just want you all to imagine what it must be like having been assaulted, been taken advantage of, having to travel that far with your body being a live crime scene. It's unfair to victim survivors that they have to travel this far just to be able to submit a police report. Domestic and sexual violence prevention do have many similarities. And so in the interest of time, I won't repeat the prevention efforts from domestic violence that also apply to sexual violence, such as increasing economic opportunities. But I do want to highlight that to prevent sexual assault, comprehensive sex education is one of the most effective things we can do, and requiring it in schools. Also is creating supportive environments within our school and higher education campuses. So this means having access to supportive resources, victim advocates, and our school districts prioritizing and creating trauma-informed policies and responses. Prevention really affects every level of our community, and we must invest in prevention at the individual, community, societal, and policy level. As with almost every aspect of life, COVID-19 affected domestic and sexual violence and our service providers throughout the state. While our programs never once stopped providing services, the way in which they delivered services changed. Shelters had to decrease in capacity in order to keep folks safe. Some advocacy went virtual, and our programs had to work tirelessly to ensure they had the proper PPE to keep their staff, offices, shelters, and clients safe. Outside of services provided, COVID also affected the prevalence of domestic and sexual violence. So with increased isolation, unsafe environments were heightened, allowing domestic and sexual violence to increase within homes. Certain survivors also had limited access to awareness of available services or a safe opportunity to reach out to help, whether that be an advocacy organization or law enforcement. We know that marginalized communities experience personal or interpersonal violence at higher rates, and the same has held true throughout the pandemic. While 1 in 3 white women reported having experienced domestic violence during that pandemic, the number grew to 50% for marginalized communities. And while domestic and sexual violence are our areas of expertise, as the previous presentations from law enforcement agencies pointed out, there is a strong connection between domestic violence, sexual assault, and commercial sexual exploitation. Commercial sexual exploitation, also commonly referred to as sex trafficking, is just one type of human trafficking, but we're specifically focusing on sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. Simply stated, commercial sexual exploitation is sexual violence and can and often does occur within relationships. For example, young victims are often lured in or groomed into marriages or romantic relationships only to be exploited by their partners through forced sex work. Trafficking and exploitation can also occur alongside domestic violence when a family member, perhaps such as an in-law, directs the sexual exploitation of the victim. We also know that traffickers often use sexual assault and abuse as a tool to assert power and control over their trafficking victims. Having previous victimizations of domestic violence, sexual assault, childhood sexual abuse, things like that, increases the risk for victim survivors as traffickers often prey upon them. And while the interventions and responses to domestic violence, sexual violence, and sex trafficking may all be unique and different, there's a close connection amongst all of these different forms of violence. So at this time, I'll go ahead and open it up if there's any questions from you all.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Oops, sorry. I was trying to get back to gallery mode to see who had questions, and it looks like Assemblymember Marzola. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I believe my question is directed to Ms. Evans. So I have 2 questions, if that's okay, Chair. One is, do we know why the death of tribal women are untracked?
Serena Evans for the record. Thank you for that question. I do not know. I just know it's stated in the report that Indigenous deaths are not included in that report. And my guess is that it has something to do with tribal sovereignty.
Thank you for that. My last question has to do with your PowerPoint. In your PowerPoint that states DV advocacy services provided in Nevada from 2018 to 2021. Towards the bottom of that slide, it says unmet housing requests and unmet supportive service requests. What happens to those individuals that their requests are unmet? Well, let me let you answer that.
Thank you again, Serena Evans for the record. Great question. And unfortunately, when there's no way of tracking ultimately what happens to them, but speaking specifically to the unmet housing requests, those are often for emergency shelter. And unfortunately, our programs only have so much capacity. They will try their hardest to get them an emergency motel stay, potentially get them out of the state of Nevada if another program, let's say California, Arizona, can take them in. But unfortunately, there's only so many shelter bed nights. And so when we have unmet housing requests, it really truly is heartbreaking, but there's not much we can do outside of it. In terms of unmet supportive services requests, sometimes that is just because a victim survivor is not a good fit for a certain program. So usually if they can't provide them services, they will provide them a warm handoff to another advocacy organization that might be able to help them. The unfortunate reality of that, though, is too, as funding decreases, the amount of available services also decreases. So To answer your question, essentially, we don't know what happens to them, but we do know kind of the basis for why those services or needs weren't met.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Other questions? Ms. Levinas, did you want to chime in?
Yes, Sarah Slavinas for the record. I was just going to add that if there is funding available but no bed space, and these individuals seeking shelter have family or friends that they can get to, our program members will have bought bus tickets or flights to try and get them to safety. But again, that's funding contingent, and then whether or not they have somewhere they can get to that's safe.
All right, thank you again. I'm not seeing anybody else raising their hand with additional inquiries, so we will move to Ms. Ortenberger from Safe Nest. Please take the floor.
Thank you, and thanks for allowing us this opportunity to present today. So a little bit about Safe Nest. We serve primarily Clark County, but over the pandemic, we've actually expanded services to serve a bit more statewide as needed. As you heard from the previous presenters, some of our rural agencies looked for some help and support. And I'm happy to say we expanded services during the pandemic out of need, but also out of an understanding that the space of domestic violence in particular, given all the factors, was about to explode. And that is truly what happened. We've had days when our capacity has been 100% over what we're seeing in pre-pandemic levels, but our sustained issues have been about 20 to 30% above pre-pandemic levels. We work with 25,000 clients a year, delivering about 146,000 services. I have 89 full-time staff and 150 dedicated volunteers who work at least 3 shifts a month. And we operate in 11 to 65 locations, including Mesquite. We have an office and a shelter program in Mesquite. The large flux in locations there has to do with how many hotels and apartments we flow out into when our 100-bed main campus is fully booked. So interesting, in the previous presentations, you saw 211, I think, sex trafficking charges and 29,000 domestic violence charges in the last year we had data available. And here is why. You know, we like to think of domestic violence, sexual violence, and sex trafficking really sort of sitting in their own buckets. And unfortunately, that's how we work far too often. But the reality is these things are interlinked much more tightly than we give credence to and understanding. And that comes into the science and understanding of polyvictimization. And this is the body of work that has been developing nationally really over the past 15 years that talks about the fact that we want to stop the pipeline to homelessness, to domestic violence, to sex trafficking. We have to start looking at the victimization of children, which is a large indicator of what victimization and or abusive behavior could continue into the future. We see this web of polyvictimization in our clients every day as we've created a much more robust intake system to deal with the entirety of their trauma and not simply just the domestic violence in which they may have intersected with us first. So when we look at who's affected by domestic violence, we have survivors, and Serena did a great job of covering the stats, but here's a stat we don't talk about often enough. Women living at and below the poverty line are 5 times more likely to be victims of abuse, of domestic violence, than their non-impoverished peers. We talk about abusers. Safe Nest runs an abuser batters intervention program. We work with 750 abusers each year. I will talk more about the deficits and how we work with abusers and how our court system is hamstrung to do more in that space. But here's a correlating stat we don't talk about enough. 70% of men who abuse also abuse alcohol. There is absolutely a correlation in that space. And we talk about children who are affected. 76% of children who grow up in a household where domestic violence is present will repeat that cycle as a victim or as a batterer. And we talk about society at whole and who's affected by domestic violence. And the fact of the matter is if you are involved in a mass shooting or a workplace shooting, that shooter is likely to have domestic violence in their record. In fact, highly likely to have domestic violence in our record. And the millions of dollars we spend in domestic violence as a country and as a community also has a societal impact. In fact, we did a presentation for the US Embassy in Kazakhstan in October as part of a State Department collaboration that we're part of. The interesting thing about Kazakhstan, who is up here in the yellow part of your map above Russia, is that they have no standalone domestic violence law. They have no built-out court system for domestic violence. But yet you notice they're yellow. The United States is also yellow. We have the same percentages of domestic violence in a state where we're spending, in a country where we're spending $800 billion a year to combat something in a place where there is no standalone law for domestic violence. So collectively, we're failing. We're failing survivors, abusers, children, and the people of Nevada. And I say the collective we because I include the domestic violence movement in that space. And when I say that, I will start out by talking about how we're failing in the abuser space. We, as a domestic violence movement, have focused on the symptoms of abuse. We've focused on the survivors. We've focused on their experience. But the fact of the matter is if we were cancer doctors, we would want to be understanding why the tumor got there and what created the tumor to begin with so that we could eradicate cancer, right? When Nixon made cancer a national priority, he didn't say just deal with the symptoms, but unfortunately what we have done in domestic violence is said survivors, 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 and survivors are incredibly brave, incredibly important, and absolutely need resources. But in order to end domestic violence, we have got to work with the abusers, never excusing the behavior, but until we understand it and can explain it, we can't end it. This is a critical space, and let me show you what this looks like. This is a report, as I mentioned, SafeNest runs a batterers treatment program. This is a post report from one of the survivor abusers who went through that program. The outlined squares are the pre-test, the dark squares are the black test. What you want to see in this evaluation is the levels going down. So in truthfulness, we saw a marginal improvement in this client's truthfulness. However, we saw a dramatic increase in their propensity to be violent, to use alcohol, to use drugs, and to have control issues. I know this information. My counselors know this information. The abuser who took the classes knows this information. The person who doesn't know this information is the judge. Because in Nevada, our statute is 26 or 52 weeks of treatment. I don't have a conversation. My counseling staff does not have a conversation with the judge. And even if we did, the judge would have no ability to change the sentencing for this abuser, even in the face of the fact that we're seeing they have a propensity to be more abusive. And in the report that we get from the program, it even tells us we have to be looking at what is going on with the violence scale with this participant. So incredibly frustrating as providers in the space that we can't have further conversations or do something different and more robust with our abuser population. The realities here are stark. So there are bright spots though. We are working with UNR on the batterers treatment program. One of the things that we should be worried about as a state is compliance with the state standards around who can deliver batterers treatment. We are the only provider in the state that does a pre and post and midpoint evaluation on our survivors, on our abusers. So that's an issue. So this study, the UNR study, should be incredibly helpful in helping us in that space. We're talking about batterers. This is a huge step forward, right? Because we can talk about survivors and the needs of survivors, and that is a very critical space, and we need to expand that infrastructure. But if we want to end this, curb the rates, bring this down, we have to be talking about batterers. There are states like Kansas that have adopted universal standards for batterers treatment. Then they can cohesively measure that across the state. That's having great results in Kansas. So we're watching that closely. Maine is also doing something similar. Solutions, you got to hold providers like myself accountable in this space. We need to agree on uniform data points and collection methods with this population. And we need flexible sentencing for judges so that we can have more of a dialogue. And also, you know, we saw 29,000 charges for domestic violence, right? In the initial presentations that happened today. My numbers of course, are very similar. Within that 29,000, there is segmentation of that abuser population. And we are treating that entire population the same. When we look at our survivor population, what is not working in that space? So Serena mentioned this, but the study, the only cohesive study on this is 50% of women say their root cause of homelessness is domestic violence. We want to turn off the pipeline to homelessness. We have to turn off the domestic violence, and we have to figure out additional supports. The systems we have built for support do not take into consideration polyvictimization. We cannot continue to look at things through this myopic lens of, are you DV? Are you sexual assault? Are you sex trafficking? We have to understand, interlinked with all of this, and the child abuse population that is intersecting with that, this work is cohesive. And until we have cohesive solutions, we're going to continue to churn in this space. The safety net for survivors differs greatly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Serena mentioned that as well. So tonight, and this will answer some of Senator Marzola's questions. Tonight, all survivors will not find the bed they need in Clark County. I can't speak to the rest of the state cohesively. So SafeNest spends upwards of $30,000 a month on overflow hotel rooms. We use a lethality index, which is a 0 to 20 point scale of where is someone on that index to determine whether or not we have a bed for you. The need is so great. My lethality index is pegged at 16. 16, you have to have 16 out of 20 to get a bed with us tonight. This is ridiculous because the amount of support and investment it would take for a domestic violence survivor who had a score of 3 or a score of 4 to find a positive trajectory, and the trauma, less trauma that they will have intersected with can go down hugely if we have more beds, more confidential beds in non-communal living space. As a state, we have a hodgepodge of support numbers and places for a victim to call or to go to. This is an example of what's on the AG's website. And Nicole and I have had this conversation, so I know that she's aware. But imagine you just experienced abuse. You don't necessarily want to call the police, which is really common for our survivors. So you go to the Attorney General's website and you get this document, trying to figure out who to call, who to navigate, what to do. And then our protection orders are, denials are increasing in Clark County. Again, I can't speak to the whole state, but if you look at the domestic violence offenses, and this is from the FBI crime report, you could make the argument 2017 and 2019 are pretty level. 2018 was not a heroic year. Clark County did not put their data in the report that year. But what you can see here is 30,000 a year. And then this is our TPO protection orders being issued. This is not because fewer people are asking for protection orders. This is because denials are going up. And then if you see the smaller bar, what this is extended protection orders. This is when a victim can actually start to receive compensation for child support and things from the abuser. And those are also declining. And the denial rate on those is incredibly high. So when we look further, what does a survivor encounter when they call 911? I am constantly bombarded with the question of why didn't she leave? This is what the space looks like. These are the systems when a survivor has to navigate their domestic violence. And this is only a few of the systems. We have a working MOU with Nellis. You overlay the military in here, you overlay the other systems, sexual assault exams, all of that in here. This only gets more complicated. When we ask survivors, why don't they leave? And this is the space they're confronted with. Every one of these is a step. A lot of these include a step where you physically have to go somewhere on a bus, because most of our survivors do not have their own cars. how much of this can you withstand, often with kids in tow, before returning to a batterer looks like a better option? We do not have systems that support our survivors. So what are the bright spots? Homicides are down in Clark County for domestic violence last year. So rates of DV are up, but homicides are down. That's a win. We've gone from an average of 24 in the Las Vegas metro jurisdiction to 17. We have a large working partnership with Metro and have since 2017. Last year, we were on over 5,000 domestic violence 911 calls, linking survivors at the point in time of the abuse and the 911 call to services. 67% of the clients that we intersect in that space come into SafeNest for additional services. As Nicole mentioned during the AD's piece, we are involved in the effects of the high-risk teams and what that can do to further drive down domestic violence rates. But here's what we're seeing solutions nationwide. Survivor resource centers, both virtual and brick and mortar, to truly fix this space, the slide I showed you before of all the systems that a survivor needs to navigate. We need one statewide number to access services and support related to the space of domestic violence, sexual assault, and sex trafficking. That number needs to be answered 24/7, 365 with text and chat services. And the back end of it can be built out to still work with local providers, but we cannot let one call go unanswered. In addition to the UNR study, we have a UNLV study, which is finding out what survivors want from the justice system because we're missing it. We have 95% recants, 95%. The justice system is not working in its current format for survivors. And there is promising research coming out around restorative justice models related to domestic violence. This makes everybody nervous. The research is coming out clearly in some places where they're truly studying this, but it is an option and something that we should be looking at as a state as well. And when we look at children, 76% of children will repeat the cycle of domestic violence. 1 in 7 children is affected by polyvictimization. Some studies say 1 in 3. Our kids are suffering. Hurt people, right? That's what we say when we work with abusers here at SafeNest. Much of the abuse within my own abuser population that we work with, they have history of child abuse. They have history of trauma. They are victims from childhood who are perpetrating that as abusers as adults. Children do not know what is not appropriate when they grow up with it. The Cupcake Girls, which is an agency we collaborate with who work with sex workers, 75% of their clients came out of foster care system. So if we want to find the hotbed of where we can turn this pipeline off, we have got to start to focus on foster care with our youth prevention programs in a holistic and complete way. And that has to be the entire family unit. We have a working partnership with CPS in that space. That has got to be a priority for us statewide. Youth who witness violence have the same brain activity as children who are being directly abused. So when we award custody in this state, at least in this county, because it's what I'm most familiar with, our judges are most often awarding joint custody, even with an abusive partner. When we think about this, children witnessing violence have the same brain activity as children who are directly receiving the abuse. We are doing a disservice to our kids and further creating that pipeline to repeat the cycle. And I said this, but kids don't know what's okay. So Christina Vella up at St. Jude's Ranch shared a story with me, a client that she had who is now aged out of foster care, who was trafficked by her uncle. He used to take her camping and had a tent and would just be inviting men into that tent all night long. And this was how she grew up. This was the monthly activity in that household. And she didn't like it. She didn't enjoy it. There was nothing about it that she wanted to be part of, but it was what she knew. And I think too often we think kids are going to raise their hand and say, I'm suffering at home. Things aren't good at home. I'm being made to do these things. Kids do not know what's not okay when they're growing up with it. So bright spots. I recently visited the Family Justice Center in Milwaukee. They received funding to completely retool their entrance models to be supportive for children coming into the domestic violence, sexual assault world, make it as comfortable and as welcoming as they were doing that for survivors. They're seeing some very positive indicators on that in terms of the children's data and support systems. Pathways to Hope, which is a program we run here in Southern Nevada with partner agencies where we take 100 plus kids out of domestic violence households. We go up to camp for a week, and then we have year-round programming. A highlight of this program is the Raiders typically send us an alumni player to come up and meet with the kids up at camp in Utah. 2 years ago, just before when we ran the program the year before the pandemic, we had Junior Iona, he seems to be 7 feet tall, and he's definitely a very wide individual as well. He's very large in stature. He came up and talked to the kids, and he took 20 of my 7 and 8-year-old boys fishing. And they stood in a creek fishing. They didn't ask Junior one question about football. They asked Junior how he didn't hit his kids when he got angry with them. What does he do when his wife gets mouthy? These are the questions our kids have. These are the questions we need to be able to answer. And programs like this give them real life role models who can help them navigate through what they're seeing in their own lives so that their future does not have to mirror what they are experiencing as young people. And the good news here is the data collection models exist for us to support youth. If we could do simple data collection points, and we plan to partner with communities and schools on this space, we can start to see which kids are most likely to repeat these cycles and begin to put different and more comprehensive supports in place. We need age-appropriate curriculum mandated in all Nevada schools. Serena spoke to this as well. I know Danielle from Signs of Hope does a great deal of work in this space. This needs to not be something we are fighting the school board on. This is not necessarily about sex education. This is about how we treat each other, and this is how kids should expect to be treated. We have a program coaching boys into men and athletes as leaders that we've focused on high school athletes. We know 95% of C-suite members were athletes as high school students. We are working with that population to do relationship curriculum. There is a little in there about consent, but it is much more about why it's inappropriate to say to a partner or a friend, hey, you throw like a girl. And on the girl side, the bullying and body shaming that happens in sports locker rooms is real. And we are helping young women navigate that space so that locker rooms can be healthy places. And we need to mobilize local role models so that our kids see themselves in success. You know, it is fantastic to talk about Maya Angelou. It is way better for us to be able to connect her fantastic story with a local person that kids can relate with. We see really positive signs in our data when our kids hear from local folks about struggles they had and how they are thriving today. And let's look at society. So we estimate the price tag, and this is out of the Texas Domestic Violence Cost Calculator. The price tag for Clark County all in is about $2.3 billion a year for domestic violence. Now, no one's writing a check, and I don't come up and ask the state for that money. If I did, we probably would have had this conversation before, right? This trickles in all these different buckets. Lost productivity, expense for the police districts, the courts, and all of the expenses that go into this. But it is estimated through all of the different things that we do in 1 year for the cost of domestic violence to be about $2.3 billion. Mass shootings, every mass shooting in the United States has a link to domestic violence. Even our 10-1 shooter, there are stories of him being abusive to his partner up in Mesquite. This is very, very prevalent. Most of it is much more clearly documented in their police reports, but it is there. Lost productivity at work is an issue for employers. We work with employers on this quite frequently on how to help survivors in their own workforce. And as Serena said, 1 in 3, 1 in 7, 1 in 3 women, 1 in 7 men, it can be 1 in 4 men if we're looking at a larger context of the definition, are suffering from domestic violence. And we're the 3rd most dangerous place in the country for women being murdered by men. Bright spots here, survivor resource centers around the country are providing places for survivors to get comprehensive resources. I want a bright spot for every person in Nevada to be that they live in Nevada and that we are innovative and we're pushing the needle in this space. We're doing new and creative things. Our partnership with Metro has gotten national and international attention because it's driving down the homicide rates, but it's connecting survivors with resources they need on the scene at the time that they need it. We need a community awareness campaign so that everybody who may be struggling or may have a friend or family member who's struggling knows where to go. And we need to hold ourselves responsible to the community by pushing out a report card. So possible next steps, use the ARPA funds, at least a portion of them. I won't ask for all of them, but a portion of them, to build one safe place, a model survivor resource center and transformational housing to support the needs of survivors and children. We can break this cycle if we create the supports. And that takes a system that looks like this to a system that looks like this. This is what we want to do. This is the space we want to create. And again, that can be virtual and brick and mortar to support our entire state. We also need to look at the findings that come out of the batterers research and reimagine and pilot different treatment program models with judges being able to have some flexible sentencing. And I know that the DV subcommittee in Clark County, which we sit on, is interested in taking that up and doing legwork for this committee around that to propose some things for the next legislative session. But this is critical, and we have UNLV researchers on that team as well. We need to review the research from survivors and what they want from the justice system and propose solutions that match that need. And we need to investigate youth curriculum and delivery models and build out legislation that mandates this information is given to children. This can no longer be a community issue. This is a public health crisis. We need to mandate that. And we need one number, statewide. We can integrate the back end, we can roll out referrals, but every survivor deserves to pick up a phone or text or go on a chat and be answered in the immediate time that they are available. Sex trafficking victims, domestic violence, and sexual violence survivors have a window in which they are mentally and safety-wise able to reach out. We have to be ready to answer that call every single time. And we need to create a group, a subcommittee that reports to the governor. I am not sure of the constructs around that. I will leave that to this committee, but we need to create something that's consolidating the momentum, both from the child services world, which I heard the great stuff that Esther had to say today, and all of these different segments, and pull it together into comprehensive solutions, because when we've done that, we will be creating a safe space for our community at large. On behalf of everyone affected, especially the children, thank you for your time today.
And thank you for volunteering to head up, chair, organize, and run an entirely additional task force commission, and for everything that you do for victims and survivors, and for a really great presentation. I have some questions, but I'm going to go to my colleagues first. And before I forget, I do just want to mention that I love that you're thinking about possible next steps already and some possible legislation, and we are always happy to talk through that legislation here in the Interim Judiciary Committee. If you have something that you want us to think about, look at before our last meeting, or even become one of the committee BDRs. But I'm also sure there are plenty of people here who'd be happy to sponsor legislation for Safe Nest. So let me go to members' questions. It looks like Vice Chair Wynn has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. And thank you for all of your work, Liz. What your organization and what you guys do is just never ceases to amaze me. I have a couple of questions. I know that we've had conversations about kind of the lack of inclusion and addressing, and I know you guys have made huge steps to include like communities of color and our undocumented survivors out there. Are there any programs, or are there any things that you're doing to kind of incorporate some of those unique aspects that those individuals face in not wanting to report for immigration purposes, those kind of things?
Yes, so we have a couple of community awareness campaigns that are targeted specifically at that audience. And we actually did a report for the Huffington Post a couple of years ago, because they were asking, have we seen a downturn in our undocumented clients coming to want to disclose the Safe Nest at the time when there were a lot of ICE riots and things going on, or ICE raids and things going on. And we did not see a downturn. And the great news around that is I have 2 incredible U visa and T visa advocates who are embedded in that space. So we actually hold office space at the Mexican consulate. And we constantly are reminding our survivors and our clients, we do not disclose, right? We do not share that information. So it's safe for them to come and work with us. So we've done a really good job at creating that. And then we embed ourselves with Immigrant Home Foundation and those types of organizations where the intersectionality of that undocumented status and violence, we're likely to come into more contact with survivors. So yeah, and I will tell you, one of the biggest things that we work on is trying to educate the family court judges in the TPO space when the survivor is undocumented and the abuser is documented, that it does not always mean, in fact, 99% of the time, it's not a manipulative factor to say that the abuser is not abused, right? The judges there's a bit of a bias that a survivor who's undocumented is saying there's DV because they're undocumented. So there's education throughout the system, but specifically for clients, we reach out. We always have Spanish-speaking advocates in our space. And, our client population matches pretty much the snapshot of the documentation. And then recently, we just started working with RTC on our heat map of where we do where most of our clients are coming from, and how can we create some RTC safety corridors. So if someone's being abused and they're using rapid transit to escape, can we put emergency buttons at those rapid transit bus stops? Because unfortunately, that's a trend we're seeing, is people getting grabbed from the bus stop, because if you're escaping, you have no car, you're going to the bus, right? You're generally not using Uber because you don't have the resources for that. So all of that kind of work is happening in the space.
Do you know if you've had a lot of work where you've worked? I know you work with a lot of the batterers, like from a batterers treatment perspective, which I think is a more holistic approach that I appreciate. But do you know, I know you're aware that if someone is convicted or charged with that charge, it causes them to be deported or be inadmissible for future lawful entry. Do you work with different immigration groups to kind of it's just a very awkward space where you're protecting victims and also protecting families and trying to get batterers the treatment that they are looking at?
Yeah, so that's a lot of where our partnership with Immigrant Home Foundation comes into play, because they are more versed in that space. I will tell you what we see in that space is occasionally abusers will use that as a manipulative tactic, right? I'm going to call Metro on you and say that you're being abusive, and then the victim's arrested as the abuser, right? Because the signs of abuse and all of that can, be staged. I have done so many ride-alongs with Metro. It is hard to know exactly what's happening on these scenes sometimes. So somebody's erroneously arrested. That then can become very problematic. And unfortunately, the way our Metro support, our Metro and police advocates work is when there's an arrest charge for someone, even if the judge and everybody else recognizes that that's probably the victim, it really prohibits them getting that support from a system advocate. So it's really complicated. And yes, the possibility of deportation there exists. But there, I will say there are so many huge pieces of the elephant of the system. That isn't one that we are overly engaged in from the batterer standpoint, other than our collaborations with both the consulate and the Immigrant Home Foundation folks.
I wasn't thinking it more of the stance of the batterers, just knowing that was probably something that influenced people's reporting, concerns, knowing that it would potentially break up their family like that. But
just to be real quick, that is a conversation that I constantly have with Nellis, and we'll be actually presenting at the larger Air Force Summit in Alabama in May, because the military has a very strict no tolerance policy. That no tolerance policy is in of itself a problem, right? Because if I need help around domestic violence, but my spouse is in military and they're going to lose their job if I report, and that's my livelihood, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take the abuse because I don't want to create a homeless situation for my family until that abuse gets so bad. right? So we have to look, and that's the conversation I've been having with the Air Force, is we have to look at what we're creating on the backside, because there is nothing that we have created from a systems approach that is a deterrent to domestic violence, right? There's no penalty that we've come up with. It's like, oh, great, I'm going to think about that before I punch you. That doesn't exist. So we have to start to understand this space from the perspective of actually what's happening and not what we don't want to happen.
And then, Chair, if you don't mind, I have one more question in a different space.
Yeah, go ahead.
You had mentioned something about TPOs and the denial of TPOs. Do you think that that's like a more educational piece, like on the judicial end? I know that we passed some legislation to make it easier to file those TPOs. From the data that you've collected, and even anecdotally, do you see any solutions for where there can be improvement in that space?
Yes. So I just had this conversation with the AG's office yesterday as we sit on that subcommittee around the court systems. Will be pretty clear that I believe that we are working with an overset of biases on behalf of the survivor, right? On behalf of the abuser. So we seem to have a judges group right now in family court that is aligning itself with the idea that a survivor needs to prove their space more than what the legislation requires. So I don't know what the long-term fix is. That's what we are working with the AG subcommittee around. But here's what I do believe. We need open and clear reporting requirements from the court to know what the number of denials are and what is actually happening. We need transparency as a community, as a legislative body, as everybody, transparency into that, because without that, then we can't really know what's happening. Because we sit in about maybe 30 to 40%. And then we work with Barbara Buckley's team at Legal Aid. They sit in another percentage. We don't have a whole picture. And I do believe the courts are willing to provide that. It's just collaborating and bringing it all together. But I think let's look at the data and then see where the solutions might be.
Thank you. You answered my next question. It was just what kind of data do we have on those denials so we can track what the trends are?
Yeah, no. And I have eTPO denial data, which is really rare, right? Emergency temporary protection orders, because we do those for Clark County, and we've seen those increase. And it's places where we've never had an issue before getting eTPOs being able to be approved. So we work with the courts on it. We try to have conversations around it, but it is a difficult space right now.
And then finally, my last question is, as you had mentioned, like a common number, it seems like common sense, but obviously we don't have that. And I know it does take resources. Are you thinking like a universal number, or like a 911 or a 411, or that kind of like space where it is the same, wherever you are?
Yeah. So yes. So Boston, New York, a couple of Boston, sorry, that's not a state. Massachusetts, they maybe think they are. Massachusetts and New York and other places around the country have one clear number that you call if you're suffering in this sort of hidden violence space. And then the back end of that is it's very comprehensive, right? It doesn't really change, but what it allows, I sat in a Senate hearing last year during legislative session, and I think it was Senator Harris who asked, well, who do people call, right? And there was no cohesive answer in the room, but it should just be like, you call 702-718-HELP. We know that across the state, that's the number to call and get connected with resources, so that every one of you, anybody that's doing media across the state, we can have one universal number. That's what I'm looking for. Here's what we know about 3-digit numbers. They're not trusted by undocumented. They're definitely not trusted in some of our higher crime communities. There's a belief that that's correlated with government, and folks, that there's an aversion to government interference. And I get that. I understand that 100%. So so there is a little bit of research in the number, but that's what we'd like to see. And SafeNest can host that with all of the supports to the back end. But I think that that's a solution. And that's also on the AG's office, and I have talked about that. But how can we make this work? So no survivor, if you're in White Pine, if you're in Tonopah, anywhere, there's a number comprehensively listed that you can call and get supports. What this would also do for the state is solve a massive data problem, because if we're funneling all that information into one number, even if the back end is filtering it out to different providers or different service channels, we can collect data. And that can then be comprehensively used to better understand what's happening statewide, both with a police response and a non-police response.
Thank you, Liz. I will turn it back over to you, Chair. I could talk to her forever, but we'll do that offline.
Thanks.
All right. It looks like Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you so much. This was a lot. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So every time I hear you speak, Liz, I just, it's a whole lot. So one of the things that you talked about was joint custody. And you talked about how our desire or our habit of joint custody could be detrimental to the children. There's a lot of talk about family unification and about fairness, but would you please speak to that? Because I think that maybe we don't have a clear understanding of what you are speaking to.
Absolutely. So let me preface all of that by saying what we need on the front end in both the person who's using violence and in the survivor space is better screening mechanisms. We have got to understand, right? If we've got 30,000 people using violence every year, such that there are charges brought, there is segmentation within that work that needs to be done. We need to be looking at whether this was the first charge, what's the level of the battery, what's the lethality assessment say, and we need to look at that jointly. That body of information then needs to be used in consideration as to whether or not we are doing a joint custody situation. Because what's happening too often is we're just doing joint custody. I have a case, we had a case in December. The child's arm had actually been pulled out of the socket by the abuser. They are separated, right? But joint custody was issued. We've got to start to help our judges. And I feel for our judges and I feel for the folks that are working in this space because there is so much volume. So let's create screening mechanisms to say, hey, if we're seeing these things, then this approach is in this basket of approaches would be better. If we're seeing these things, then let's look over here, but let's help our judges navigate this space with the appropriate screening tactics so that we actually know what kind of environment we're putting kids into. And then to piggyback on that idea, you know, I am a firm believer that people can evolve and change in their space. And so we have to then, if we do one screening mechanism, we have to be looking at screening mechanisms throughout so that as somebody participates in a program, that then is an opportunity to regain custody, right? Or regain the ability to see your kids. None of this can be like, oh, it happened and we're done. We have to understand that people within the mental health space, within the batterers understanding space, have the ability to transform, and then we need to honor that growth. But we need to make sure that the kids are in environments that are primarily safe before we just order the joint custody.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I can ask a follow-up. One of the slides that you had, you said that this is an assessment that it was an assessment that you had done, and it showed the violence. I don't know if I can get to it on my other screen really quick. That you all had done an assessment of someone who was of a batterer, and you had these little black boxes that were filled in.
Yes.
At the beginning, it was at one level, but then at the end, it was even higher.
Yeah.
Can you please speak to that? Because that has blown my mind and I don't understand what I just saw there.
Yeah, no, I know that should terrify all of us, right? So first of all, let me say that's an outlier. So we pulled a batch of research from over 2 years to provide to UNR as we started in this batterer study space. That comes out of the 2 years. Of the 2 years of folks that I had in batterers intervention programming, we had 8 outliers. So those are folks whose scores actually increased when they should have decreased, right? So my point with all of that is, so when I look more in depth and I read the case notes and I understand the complexities of this individual, because this is individualized work. We want to always have the macro look, but we need to have the micro look as well. It looks to me through the case notes, this individual developed a drug and alcohol habit while they were in treatment with us. That's not, there is a lot of, as I mentioned, 70% of men who abuse, also abuse alcohol. That's a stat. So it's not uncommon for people to use alcohol and drugs as a coping mechanism, but then his response to it was to become more violent and desire to have more control. The idea though is like, look, first of all, we got to be studying this way larger than just Safe Nest. Everybody should be doing this work. But then what that should have triggered, right, in a perfect world would have been me working with Judge De La Garza or Judge Graham at Justice Court and saying, hey, I'm seeing some worrying signs in this individual. Can we issue some substance abuse programming and then come back and do a DVI in 3 months? What can we have? What more supportive solutions can we put in this space? And I am not a legal expert, and I know there are probably tons of things in there that like, oh, we can do this, we can't do that. But that's the kind of societal approach to helping someone navigate out of abuse, right? It is absolutely possible for an abuser to stop abusing. They need to take responsibility. They need to understand the traits. They need to understand their triggers, and then they need to make the choice, right? It is a choice. We have to provide that pathway. And if we see somebody struggling in that pathway, our answer cannot be more incarceration, more fines, and more of X. It needs to be, what are they struggling with? How can we get them in programs that can help them? Because that is going to make society safer. And most likely, a lot of my cases, most of them have kiddos involved. It's going to make the family unit better, whether or not mom and dad or husband, mom and dad are together or not, it will make for a better environment. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in that space.
Okay, last thing. This correlation that you highlighted between women's ability to be able to be self-sufficient,
yeah,
and their dependency upon an abuser and whether or not they stay, unbelievable. I was a military wife, and I can tell you stories, and I'm sure you've heard them before. And it seemed, and at the time I didn't realize that this is a pattern that happens in civilian life as well. As a military spouse, you often are overseas or in a place that you don't know. You're depending on this person to sustain the family, and they get away with all kinds of stuff. As a military member, those who have a propensity for abuse, and the spouse is just stuck, right? So now if we're seeing this in civilian life, then I think we have to be honest about the types of career paths that we're putting women in, the types of job opportunities and training and education opportunities that are being offered, and whether or not we are actually not giving women enough space to be independent so that they don't fall victim. And maybe that's oversimplification, but I can only tell you one thing. My mother, Deborah Lee Coleman Harris, said to me, if you can type, you can eat. And that was the way that I was able to remove myself from a situation that could have been really, really bad. I was able to sustain myself. And so it makes me concerned when other women don't have that opportunity, that they're going to get stuck. And then we have this cycle of the children seeing, ending up in this whole cycle again and again. And so if you could speak to our education link, that would be wonderful.
Yes. So here's what we know, right? So University of Oklahoma has got a ton of research on the HOPE scale and the scientific versions of HOPE. So we've got to build the HOPE score in our kids, particularly our kids that are in homes, and our survivors and our batters. And all of this, the data exists, the research exists, the mechanisms to measure exist. But linked to HOPE is goal attainment. So we have to make sure that our young people see pathways out of poverty. We don't talk about poverty much in the domestic violence space, which is a disservice to our survivors, because oftentimes poverty is the second abuser. It is the thing that is holding them back and not giving them access and making those choices tough. I will be honest and say early pregnancy is an indicator and a concern, right? If we can solve some of these little pieces, but you're 100% right. That access to financial freedom, not only in the United States, but globally, is linked to women having a larger voice and not having to sustain violence. In fact, when we take women out of domestic violence situations, provide them with opportunities to increase their skill set, they become financially independent, even when they reunite with the batterer, which happens because let's not forget, this is usually a commitment made in love. When they reunite with that batterer, the battery stops because she has choices. She has access to a different set of things. And guess what? The batterer gets that. And so their relationship becomes different, right? So there is a whole lot of real important stuff that can happen in that space. Most importantly, we have got to link young people, both women and men. We have got to link them with clear career paths and financial opportunities, because abusers also abuse more often when there is financial insecurity, right? It makes sense. If women in poverty are struggling, men in poverty are perpetrating, right? Financial insecurity is a huge stress and trigger and point for domestic violence.
Thank you so much for your work and for the information. Candor, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Likewise, thank you. Other questions for Ms. Ortenberger? I am not seeing any more questions, so yes. Thank you again. I have one question, and it goes back to kind of the beginning of your presentation, talking about the dearth of services in the state of Nevada, which we all know about, and it's alarming. And I was just really struck by your description of not having enough beds for people who are trying to leave violent situations and using that lethality index. And I'm just wondering, I mean, this group that you're talking about, are we already limited to the people who are interested in staying somewhere else? Or does this also include people who are maybe not ready to leave yet, not wanting to leave? Because, I mean, kind of what I'm getting at is, you know, if a first responder, a prosecutor, or somebody encounters someone who is in a dangerous situation and they don't want to leave, it sounds like you're saying that we also can't guarantee them that they can leave. So even if I can convince my friend that like what she really needs to do is leave this situation, there might not be a bed for her, even if I get her to agree.
Yeah, so let me explain a couple of things. So we work with a group of folks that have taken, we call it our preferred provider network training. This includes churches and other nonprofits in spaces working particularly with different populations, like Gender Justice, who works with gender non-binary folks. They are all trained on the lethality assessment. So they can actually call the hotline and say, hey, what lethality are we at today? So if they're encountering someone or working with someone, they can do all of that on the front end. People do not need to call me or SafeNest all the time. If you disclose to someone at your church, it's usually the pastor's wife. If you disclose to the pastor's wife, that lot of that community has taken our training. They can connect directly with services. Not only that, they can continue to come onto our confidential campus to provide advocacy and support, as long as the survivor says, yes, please continue to work with me. So there's that context. It is a difficult space, right? When we have to turn somebody away whose lethality score is at 12. Now, let me say two things in there. If there is any assault in the last week with a deadly weapon, so a gun generally is what we're looking for, or strangulation in the last month, you automatically have a bed. So that puts you at the top of the lethality scale because of what we know about strangulation and firearms. But yeah, if you're at a 14, one of the things we get is a lot of people who come here thinking they're going to get $100,000 a year, job at the casino right off the bat. They're very stressed out. Their abusers maybe in Tennessee. That's not necessarily a bed with us, because the chance of you being abused again, he's in Tennessee or she's in Tennessee and you're here. But what we do is connect people with other agencies. We work closely with all of the other providers in town. So to speak to there was one of the officers spoke about not having a place for youth at 3 a.m. When I talk about this family justice center space, this one safe place, that's designed to answer that question. So to answer your question, Chair Scheibel, we need to expand that bed count so that everybody has a bed. Now, it may be a triage situation where you're going to be with us for 3 days and we're going to get you to the right place with help and support, or we're going to get you connected. But we've got to fill that gap, which you're identifying really well, is I'm in abuse, I'm ready to exit, I need a bed, because we don't know when that opportunity to exit is going to come again. So we've got to build out that infrastructure. And I will be really clear, we have got to build it out in private rooms. We cannot continue to believe that communal living is in any way an answer. When children hear footsteps on a floor, they're triggered. 70% of women in their abuse are pulled out of showers. You've got to have a private shower, a quiet hallway, and we have to let people start to heal. Otherwise, we are just part of the continued trauma cycle. So yeah, you're 100% right. There's a gap there. We're trying to fill it as best we can. I have 100 beds in my main campus. I can expand out, and we often do that at $30,000 a month. But let's, while I love that I can expand, I can be very clear that my hotel and apartments are not getting the same comprehensive supports that my in-shelter clients are getting. Let's fix that. And then we can create a model that we can study, create a model that's appropriate for the size in Washoe, and build the virtual infrastructure out for the state.
Wow, that's really helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. As with all of our presenters, we welcome you to stay with us for the rest of the meeting, and also understand if you have to get going. We're going to move on to our next presentation from Ms. Robinson at Awaken in Reno.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. And it's incredible to see the lineup of speakers and just the expertise in the room. And so just on behalf of Awaken, thank you. I'm super encouraged. And so I just was told that I can at least share our services, and I love that we're doing Q&A at the end, because if you guys have any questions, I'd love for you to fire them at me at the end. So Awaken has been in Northern Nevada for the last 10 years, and thankfully we've grown exponentially every year. And so right now we work with anyone coming out of any form of commercial sexual exploitation, so the legal and illegal forms of prostitution. We have a drop-in center, which is really our first point of contact. And our drop-in center is completely survivor run. And so women and girls, when they're not even sure they want to make a change, they can come up to our drop-in center. They are met with faces who understand where they have been and can actually give them hope and light that there actually is a future and possibilities outside of what they're currently experiencing. The drop-in center is open currently. It's open 5 days a week from 9 to 6 p.m. And we do meals. Like right now, they're actually upstairs having a Galentine's event, a full spread of lunch and cupcakes and cake pops, and very much a relational home feel. There's a full bathroom, shower, bath. There's a full kitchen. There's couches just to hang out. They do on Tuesday nights, they always do a dinner and game night. They do a survivor support group on Thursday nights. And then Thursday and Friday afternoons are always craft days. One of the days they go out and take walks around the community as well, and just start to build relationship, build connection. One of the survivors that runs the drop-in center, she said she's noticed a difference between last year and this year with the expanded hours and just the amount of activities and educational groups and relationship that they're doing in the drop-in. She said, I have been asked so many more times, how did I get out? And she's been out for 3 years. She's actually the first graduate of our transitional house. And for women who are coming off the streets to actually see that change is possible, to know that there's hope, is truly incredible. And so that is our drop-in center, really just the first point of contact. Once a woman or child, they're actually ready to make a change for their life, then we'll introduce case management. And we're really intentional about not offering services where the women and the girls aren't at, right? And so we really try not to work harder than them, but come right alongside them when they're ready, how they're ready. And so our services at this point are pretty divided between youth and adults. The youngest minor I've worked with in the last year has been 12 years old. It's been 11 in years past. On up to obviously 18, 19, they can stay with our youth team before they transition to the adult team. And similar services, but where a 13-year-old is at is completely different than where a 23-year-old's at or a 33-year-old is at. And so the programs are pretty specific to who we're working with. And so with our teens, we case management, we do mentoring, we do adventure activities. They go rock climbing every week. They have group therapy, individual therapy. We do fun activities as well. The youth actually did their own Galentine's event last week, where I was actually out of town last week. And so when I came in, today's my first day back in the office, and actually I keep thinking it's Monday. Yesterday they did their Galentine's event, but I just flew back yesterday. And so when I got in the office this morning, I had my very own Valentine's bag that they had decorated with glitter and put Valentine's inside and notes of encouragement and candy. And they did a whole event for themselves, which I love, of just the heart and the passion and the creativity and really trying to give kids back their childhood. If you assume that the average age of entry, that for the women that I personally work with, they're around 13, 14 years old, which kind of mirrors the national statistics as well. But they've lost their childhood because trauma and abuse started way before that. And so we're really intentional about fun. And, you know, we work hard. They're in therapy, they're in school. And then we also need to play hard as well because they're amazing and they're just kids and we want to give them back experiences like decorating gingerbread houses, carving pumpkins, things that most of us take for granted, but most of them have not done that before. And then we also have an education center. And so thankfully, one of the benefits of COVID actually, and we had started planning this a year before COVID even hit, and we'd been recognizing that some of the girls that we work with, when they come back from outside programs or when they come from just getting recovered off the streets, they're being thrown right back into their public education center and it's not working. And so they would run, they would get overwhelmed. And so we're kind of a middle ground, a little middle stop between reintegrating back into their public education center. And so to date, we've had 10 teens go through from middle school and high school, both. And we've had our first graduate. We have 4 on track, potentially 5 to graduate this year in May, June, when graduation is this year. 1, I think we'll take through the summer. We'll have 5 graduates this year, and we're able to wrap around them with tutors and an educational advocate and really providing them the support that they need to then get to graduation and continue to achieve the goals that they want. We have an after-school program as well. And so we realize that not everybody needs the education center that we provide. They're going to their other public education places. And so they come back for an after-school program. We really do work on their goals. If they need help making appointments, if they actually just need to play a card game and have a conversation peer-to-peer, we provide a safe place for that. And then as well as the adults, they do have an achievement group, they call it. It's every day where the women come in and they work on their goals with a case manager. And we help just provide resources. We don't believe that we need to be a one-shop-fits-all for everybody, but how can we actually pair you with people in the community who are doing what they need well? And yeah, so they have that every day as well. Once again, we have a transitional house, which is for adult women over 18, and they can stay anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. So our first graduate actually stayed 22 months before she graduated. And I think to date, it was open 3 years ago. We've had 15 residents. Last year we had 8. And so on average, they're staying in between 6 and 8 months. Like I said, the greatest was almost 2 years. And so it's incredible the work. They're going back to school. They're integrating into workforce development. And so what they're able to accomplish with more support has been incredible to watch changes in their lives. Let's see what else we got going on. Also, like one of the things that I'm actually really passionate about as well is just prevention in our community, especially with the younger ages. I know Liz just spoke that we need to be in the classrooms, and I agree. If people don't know this is an issue, if they don't know how to recognize signs and symptoms of not just trafficking, but sexual exploitation, then how can they do something about it? And so what we really like to do when we go into the schools is to not just educate them on the signs and symptoms, but how do you have a voice? How do you speak out? Because it may never happen to you. You may not get trafficked, but someone you love could be in a vulnerable situation. They could be trafficked. They could be exploited. And so do you have one safe person in your life that you actually know you could go to for help? Is there someone within the school that you can reach out to? And if we can start to share real stories of those that have been impacted by this, if we can get them to experience compassion and empathy for them, and especially the words that they speak to each other, if we can get them to actually think about the reason behind why they say certain words and what it means when you call that girl a slut or a whore or any of the words that they're saying, like what is their background? And so if we can actually change the culture in the schools, I do believe like raising up the next generation to know their worth, to have confidence in themselves and who they are and their choices and in the power of their words, we can see a shift. And not just trafficking, but exploitation and manipulation, all of it. And so at Awaken, like we're really just here to support the women and the girls that, and boys as well. We do work with boys. I generally do use female pronouns just because that is the majority of who I have personally worked with. But I have absolutely worked with men and boys in our community that are being trafficked and exploited. So it'll take all of us working together. Yeah, do you guys have questions? I know that you guys have, honestly, you've heard from some of the best in this field. And I know when I looked at the agenda, you have Wesley at the HEAT team, you have Nicole, Bridget Duffy, Esther, so many of the professionals that I am honored to work with. And so I know you guys are already educated on the issue of trafficking. And so I don't want to start back too soon, but just kind of provide a list of our resources. And if there's ever anything we can do to support you, we'd love to come alongside you as well.
Thank you so much. I've had a chance to visit Awaken's I don't know if you call it a receiving center, your drop-in center, and it is fantastic. And having been there, it's much easier to kind of envision all the groups that you're talking about. And I would encourage everybody to do that. Right now, does anybody have questions for Ms. Robinson? All right, not seeing any questions, we will move on to Ms. Staple from the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking.
Hello, can you guys hear okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me just get my share screen going. Are you guys able to see the presentation?
Not at the moment. BPS worked magic last time this happened.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Staples. I'm here to help. This is Stephanie with BPS. I'm going to have you go ahead and on the Zoom window, hit the share screen button at the bottom. It's bright green.
Yep, I did that.
And then select the item that you're going to share, not the full screen.
Okay.
And you need to have the presentation open on your desktop.
Yes. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, there we go. Okay, are you able to see it now?
Yes, you do have your slides on the side though, if you can make it full screen without the notes on the side.
Okay. That's weird because I have it's full screen on my screen. So I'm not sure why it's doing that.
So do the share screen again to pull it up. And it was up and we could see it. It was just a setting in the slide itself.
So if you go to the slideshow,
Mhm.
again, you should be able to, from the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I had done before.
And then enable editing. Try that.
Okay, hold on. Share. I apologize. Technology is not my best thing.
And you don't have to stop sharing your screen to change any of that. Perfect. There it is.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. So for the record, my name is Danielle Staple. I'm the executive director at Signs of Hope, formerly the Rape Crisis Center. And I just want to thank Assemblywoman Marzola, Chair Scheibel, and all of the committee members for, and gosh, what a commitment you all have demonstrated today in listening to all of these amazing colleagues and professionals from around the state that are working in this space. I'm very honored and grateful to be included, and again, just really want to acknowledge our thanks for you all taking a full day to really delve into these issues. We greatly appreciate it. And with that, while we understand obviously that policy and legislation is certainly a huge piece of these issues, as you have seen throughout the day, there's such complex pictures, and the crux really goes back to so many fundamental cultural, economic, and societal factors. And one of the biggest things that we work and struggle with is the idea of rape culture and just our cultural norms that perpetuate misogyny and the ideas that women's bodies don't fundamentally belong to them, but belong to everyone else for all kinds of purposes. And so, the more we can address, again, these fundamental issues of foundational prevention education, working with children from the time they're very young to understand consent, to understand their own empowerment and boundaries and how they can enact those boundaries for themselves, the more we can really begin to get a handle on some of these issues. As an organization, we focus on the whole spectrum of all forms of sexual violence, as well as all forms of human trafficking, which does include both sexual exploitation and trafficking, as well as labor trafficking. So along with that, our mission is offering hope, help, and healing to all those affected by sexual violence and exploitation. We were originally founded in 1974, so we're coming very close to our 50th anniversary year. And up until just a few months ago, we had used the doing business as the Rape Crisis Center for about 18 years, and changed a few months ago to Signs of Hope. And HOPE is an acronym for Healing, Options, Prevention, and Education. And I think to everyone's points today, those are really the critical factors in addressing all of these issues in a fundamental way. So a little bit about our services. We do, as I said, serve individuals of all ages, all gender identities, all racial and ethnic backgrounds, all citizenship backgrounds, all along the continuum of any form of sexual violence and exploitation. And you can see here our various areas of programs and services, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about. So hot off the presses, our 2021 services data. So we did receive more than 5,200 calls on our public-facing hotline, and we do operate actually multiple hotline and crisis response areas. So our public-facing hotline is primarily for individuals that have been impacted by sexual assault or sexual violence. We also run a separate hotline hotline that we call the Alert Hotline, which stands for Advocate Law Enforcement Response Team. And that is the team that Lieutenant Roberts mentioned in terms of our 24/7 advocate response in association with law enforcement related to any time a victim of human trafficking is identified. Law enforcement can contact that hotline and get an in-person advocate response on a 24/7 basis. Along with that, again, going back to our sexual assault services, we supported over 450 individuals who did go for the sexual assault exam last year. I will say that is one huge impact of COVID that we have seen the last 2 years is the number of individuals going for the sexual assault exam has decreased significantly, primarily because the main location for that exam is in the middle of University Medical Center's adult emergency department. And obviously with the pandemic, there was a huge disincentive to stepping into a hospital and a whole different kind of risk, right, that was associated with that. And that was data that was very similar to those seen by other hospital-based sexual assault programs around the country throughout the pandemic. So we are hoping that as COVID numbers decrease, that people will feel more comfortable to go back to that setting if they do, want to engage in the sexual assault exam after an assault. With that, we also saw 107 trafficking victims who engaged in extended services during 2021. We saw over 140 individuals each month for individual counseling in our counseling center and had over 4,000 hours of counseling. Again, mental health services was something we saw an increased demand for incredibly during the pandemic. Obviously, additional types of trauma, isolation, all of those things are very triggering for survivors. And so we had a huge influx of people, a lot of clients that had been kind of waning their services and maybe decreasing the frequency of their mental health counseling appointments, who came back to much more regular services because of all the stress related to the pandemic. With that, one silver lining, I will say that we did see during the pandemic was a huge outpouring of interest in our volunteer programming. And so with that, we had over 8,000 hours of volunteer assistance during 2021. So a little bit about who is being served. So in terms of gender identity, we do see predominantly female identified clients, but certainly not exclusively. And one of the things that we've really engaged in over the last year is, couple years actually, is really focusing on those populations that are overrepresented in terms of being impacted by sexual violence and are often underrepresented in access and ability to gain access to services. So we've taken an initiative around community engagement to really reach out and engage a number of different populations. The LGBTQ plus population is definitely one that we have focused on. And with that, this is data from just the first 6 months of this fiscal year, so July to January or to December. And we're already seeing increases in the folks that we're serving in some of these overrepresented and underserved populations. You can also see the age breakdown there. And so with that breakdown, these are individuals that have identified their age to us. Not all of our hotline callers will share that information. But of those, about 11% of those served are under 18 across all of our sexual assault services. Not specific to trafficking. I'm going to be talking about that a little bit separately later. And with that, we also looking at some of those special populations. So again, this is just within the last 6 months. We have really focused on those with limited English proficiency. We've expanded our language line services to ensure that those who do not speak English as a first language can access our services. We've had about 7 different languages utilized regularly with the language line for our hotline and other types of services. Again, we've seen increases in LGBTQ plus populations that we're serving, as well as houseless individuals, individuals with various types of disabilities, et cetera. And one of the main focus areas that we've undertaken, again, during the pandemic and seeing those populations that were disproportionately impacted, one was definitely our Latinx and Spanish-speaking populations in particular. And with that, with some supplemental services funding that was made available through the Victims of Crime Assistance Program, we did add a full-time Spanish-speaking therapist to our stream of services, and just feel very fortunate to have recently secured some of the ARPA funding, which is going to allow us to further expand and add a second full-time, also fully bilingual therapist to serve that community, as well as to add assistance with housing and emergency shelter services, to everyone's points previously, so that we can assist families in getting into emergency housing when needed. Oh, sorry. Go back for a second. Sorry, I didn't mention the race and ethnicity data. Again, this is across all of our different services. And you can see that with that, we do serve a very large number of Hispanic and Latinx identified individuals, as well as a pretty wide breadth of services to those from various backgrounds. So with that, as I mentioned, we do operate multiple different hotlines, the primary one being public facing. We do have an online and website chat. And with all of our hotline services, those individuals are responding to immediate needs that the person has, which can include emergency transportation, reunification with family in other areas, so emergency transportation within town as well as out of town, emergency food, clothing. A lot of times individuals' phones are taken as part of the investigation into the sexual assault, so we provide crisis phones for individuals, and also in-person response to the area commands when an individual goes to make a delayed report. One of the things I wanted to point out as well is on 2019 symposium that Metro did around sexual assault issues. One of the things that they identified was, particularly for delayed reports, and again, this is why we have focused a lot on the needs of the Latinx communities, is out of the 9 area commands within Metro, 6 out of the 9, their most common delayed report came from a Hispanic juvenile female, and that was more than 30% in all of those area commands. At least 30% or more of their delayed reports came from Hispanic female juveniles. So it just really highlights the issues within those communities and why these services are so critical. Oops. So once the point of crisis is passed, obviously there's all of those long-term needs that individuals have. So this is just a snapshot of some of those long-term advocacy services, and include a whole host of different things. Obviously some things you'd think of in terms of court advocacy, accompanying victims to hearings, et cetera. But one of the things that a lot of people don't think about is we, about 8 years ago, started a school or student advocate position that specifically works with students in K-12 schools on issues related to school as a result of assault or abuse. So that could be, I need to change my schedule because the person who assaulted me is in my math class. Or I don't feel safe at that school at all anymore with that individual. I need to try to work on getting a zone variance, or whatever those various issues may be. So the student advocate works with both the student as well as their family, often intervenes with administration at the schools and different things to try to address those various issues that may come up. We also do a tremendous amount of family-related advocacy, particularly around sexual abuse victims. So a quick example, just last night, I was talking with one of our therapists. she sees the child that was abused by a family friend, and two other therapists, one therapist sees dad, another therapist sees mom, because the whole family needed counseling, as a result of that situation, right? Mom and dad are feeling guilty because this was their friend who harmed their child. At the same time, they're trying to understand the responses that the child is having to the trauma and abuse, right? That doesn't always show up and look the way parents often think it will. And it's also helping everybody to show up for that child in the way that she needs from the rest of her family members. So it can be that, it's assisting the families with identifying mainstream programs that they may be eligible for. If they need intervention with a landlord because maybe it was a neighbor that abused a child and they need to move out of that area and break a lease. So things like that, and just all the various ways that these issues can affect just all aspects of an individual's life. Particularly with our RISE team, which you again heard about from Lieutenant Roberts, that does work with our trafficking victims. We're talking about an even more intensive case management approach. And actually with the ARPA funds, we will be adding some more intensive case management services for, again, a lot of those families impacted by child sexual abuse where the whole family needs significant services. So that includes in-depth intake, it's those immediate needs, again, getting that person linked to shelter or housing, transportation, which includes both local transportation as well as transportation to other states to reunify with family members there, and then also can include getting that individual linked to services in that other jurisdiction. So we make sure there's a warm handoff to someone there and don't just like send them without any kind of support. That includes, some of the things that have been mentioned in terms of education and career training assistance, right? We know that those economic indicators and impacts are so significant. And so getting clients linked to those services as soon as possible to help them, enable them to see that clear path forward and identify their own goals and aspirations for the future. Legal assistance, particularly with our trafficking clients, there are so many issues. They may be dealing with family law issues. They may have records that need to be expunged or charges that they're trying to get dismissed. They may have legal issues related to credit damage and trying to get, they've had identities stolen in some cases or used by the trafficker to set up all kinds of accounts and things like that. So it's very varied in terms of the types of legal assistance that they may need, as well as, of course, mental health treatment, support groups, et cetera. So in terms of our mental health services, in addition to individual counseling, we also offer a whole variety of support groups. Most of these occur on a weekly basis, so it's pretty busy in our office. And as you can see, just about all of the groups are offered in both English and Spanish. Or have at least an English and Spanish speaking therapist available to help facilitate them. We also do weekly yoga. We offer a holistic healing series and have recently kind of restarted our adult human trafficking survivor group. And then we also do a parent survivor group of minors that have been trafficked, again, to try to help the parents with navigating a lot of the issues that come up related to those situations. So individual therapy is obviously critically important to many of our clients. We do have hours 6 days a week. We include evening hours. We have added teletherapy options related to the pandemic, but have also, I should say, continued to offer in-person services. At no time did our in-person services for counseling or anything else really stop at any time during the pandemic. In terms of prevention and education, this is an area where I think myself and all of my colleagues that have spoken previously are incredibly on the same page in terms of comprehensive, cross-cutting prevention education being an underpinning that can lead to greater success in all of these areas and the prevention of the need for our services. So one of the things that I will add my voice to, which I know Serena and a couple of other people mentioned, is full and complete sex education and violence prevention education. There has been previous legislation that is now on the books and being implemented that has helped with this. And there is violence prevention education required throughout the health curriculum at this point. But one of the things that continues to be a huge issue is the fact that sex education is opt-in. And so many kiddos that need that. And while it is separate to some extent, sex education is separate and different from overall violence prevention, they are also inextricably linked, and access to universal, comprehensive, non-shaming sex education is a huge part of what can help be the answer around overall violence prevention education. So this includes, we do have school-based programs that we are able to bring in the Clark County School District at every educational level. In fact, We Care actually goes into preschool aged settings and just starts at a very early age with social emotional education for kiddos, because we know, again, if kids can't express their emotions, that's where things tend to come out in a violent way or an inappropriate way. So that is the underpinning of basic violence prevention education, as well as understanding from a very early age bodily autonomy, body boundaries. The appropriate name for all body parts is a huge element of child sexual abuse prevention. So all of those things are really, really important. We also do a lot of prevention on the adult side in terms of we work very closely with the hospitality industry and in particular with hotel security on how to identify predatory behavior when they're seeing it in clubs, in the hotel environment, et cetera. Also, Brittany, who Lieutenant Roberts mentioned, and our anti-human trafficking training team are also doing a lot of training with healthcare providers, housing service providers, those in the transportation industry, as well as we are getting ready to launch more within the hospitality industry. There's a lot of training being undertaken on the part of the properties on the Strip. And we are looking to link that alert hotline that I mentioned to hotel security as well as to law enforcement. And then we also work with our Enough Abuse campaign, which comes out of a program in Massachusetts and has been adopted in, I believe, 12 different states at this point, which is a comprehensive child sex abuse prevention campaign related to policy, education, just teaching families how to communicate, how to recognize red flags, et cetera. So moving on to our human trafficking, our RISE program, some specific data around that clientele. So this is data for the first 2 years of that program. We saw a total of 208 clients who engaged in long-term services. So we saw many, many more who, just on a very quick basis. So kind of going back to some of the statistics that our partners in law enforcement gave earlier, we might talk to, 50 people and have 2 of them actually engage in long-term services at that time. So you have to multiply out. These are the individuals that engaged with us for at least the ability to do an in-depth assessment. And then, their length of service could be very varied. So sex and labor trafficking, we saw 58 individuals that had overlapping issues with both sex and labor trafficking, 72 that experienced some sort of labor trafficking, and then 199 that experienced sex trafficking. So, and then the breakout of those clients, this is just over the last 6 months, was between the ages of 15 and 54, with 51 of those being minors and 130 being adults. most commonly needed services that those clients were looking for. You can see there, and kind of where we get the bulk of our referrals from. And that's where that nexus and partnership with law enforcement that you've heard discussed earlier is so important. And we're at a point now where our team is going out with law enforcement on average 4 nights a week for those proactive interventions and engagement with individuals. And really, you know, a huge part of what that looks like is we very much look at it as we're planting seeds, right? So we may talk to somebody in partnership with law enforcement, you know, Thursday night when they go out, and that person says, no, I'm not being trafficked. I choose to do this. You know, I don't need your help, what have you. And maybe we see them again in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and they say the same thing. But in 4 months, they take that card that they were given, and they've seen now those advocates out there offering those services, offering that support. And so maybe when the situation does get more violent, or maybe when something about their situation changes, they know, okay, those folks are out there regularly. I've seen them. I feel like I can trust them a little bit. I'm going to reach out the next time something happens. And we know that and operate a lot of that program based on a stages of change model, where we know folks are not always ready at the time we would like them to be to engage in services and look at leaving that situation. It's no different than many, many domestic violence situations. And it, again, to Liz's point, has a lot of the same underpinnings. It's all about power and control. Those are the same dynamics that cut across all these issues. And, you know, as a girl, even if somebody goes up to them in the hotel, a security officer, and offers resources or support and links them with an advocate, if the pimp is in the parking garage of that hotel with their child, and they know that if they don't come out and join that person, they have their child, that's hugely important and strong indicator. So, you know, we have to be prepared, I think, as Jen said, to walk alongside folks when they're ready and not try to impose services on them when they're not. So this kind of outlines the task force activities, again, that I think Lieutenant Roberts mentioned, so I'm not going to expound too much on that. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, just want to thank the committee and the leadership so much, and all of our amazing colleagues across the state who, you know, do this work every day and are just amazing at it.
Thank you so much for all of that information. I think that is really helpful to us, and I'd like to open it up for any questions from members of the committee.
Hi, this is Assemblywoman Rochelle Wynn. I just wanted to say hi, Danielle.
Hey there.
All right. If there aren't any other questions or comments, we will move to our next presentation. I think I misspoke earlier. Now we're hearing from the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Scheibel, and thank you to the members of the committee for having me speak today. I will just go into a little bit about what the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking is and what our goals are. So we are made up of a diverse cross-section of community leaders coming together to pursue collaborative, long-term, systemic strategies to decrease sex trafficking in our state. We formed about 2 years ago, and we are comprised of a wide range of entities in the state, including service providers in the North and South, many of whom you've already heard from today, law enforcement, also many of whom you've heard from today, including Metro, the Washoe County Sheriff, the Reno Police, and the AG's office. We have been heavily involved with Senator Cortez Masto's office and Assemblywoman Toll's Other community partners include Legal Aid, Dignity St. Rose, United Way of Southern Nevada, the Resorts Association, and several of the casinos on the Strip. And we are grateful to be able to do this work thanks to a grant from UPS and the United Way of Southern Nevada. Our mission is to advocate for just and equitable policy solutions through education, collaboration, and coalition building that improve the state and federal anti-trafficking systems, better support victims, survivors, and providers, decrease demand, and ultimately contribute to the elimination of human trafficking in Nevada. So the key goals of our council are to strengthen the statewide counter-trafficking system by connecting all the stakeholders working in the space, to encourage networking and collaboration on projects between counter-trafficking sectors, to tackle critical issues in the community regarding victim services, demand reduction, education and awareness, and service provider capacity building, to leverage resources and gain the audience of local policymakers, and to improve the quality of life for survivors and at-risk victims of sex trafficking. So I'll mostly be speaking to our policy agenda from the previous session, as we have yet to solidify our agenda for the coming session, but it's basically a three-pronged agenda. We would like to affect demand. And the key thing we've identified here is that we need to strengthen NRS 201354 to increase the severity of the offense of engaging in prostitution, to allow for law enforcement to arrest buyers and not just issue citations for misdemeanor offenses, and to significantly increase criminal and civil penalty fines for prosecution to support funding of demand reduction activities in the state. So one thing that we are that's on the next one, excuse me. The other thing we are looking at is victim and survivor support. Here we are looking to increase or completely eliminate the statute of limitations to be more in line with the severity of the crime. So this was something that came up last session with AB 113, which did pass. It raised the statute of limitations from 4 years to 6 years for sex trafficking. However, as a policy council, we would like to see that statute. We appreciate the work of the legislature to increase that time. However, we would like to see the statute of limitations removed or increased to an even longer period of time, perhaps up to 20 years. Anecdotally, we've heard from survivors that many of them are not aware that they have been the victim of a crime until many years, sometimes after they've left the sphere of abuse. And by that time, the statute of limitations has often run out. So in lengthening the statute of limitations, that would allow for more criminal prosecutions in the state. We'd also like to create a legal mechanism for safely sheltering victims and supporting them in getting and staying away from their trafficker. We'd like to fund this shelter and all necessary wraparound services. This is something that we've obviously heard a lot about today, and particularly for underage victims. There really are very few options for sheltering these victims currently that don't involve detention, or, as we heard other speakers say today, group homes that might lead them right back into an unsafe situation. I'm not sure if members of the committee are familiar with the project that St. Jude's Ranch is working on in Boulder City. They are working on a healing center that would provide housing, schooling, wraparound services. And I would encourage everyone to go look on their website at the plans for that healing center. Obviously, that doesn't solve the problem statewide. However, it is something that has been being worked on for several years, and would be a model for something that we could possibly do in the north as well. I don't know how funded that is. It is all happening through private donation, but they do have a plan in place. Also, we would like to strengthen the system. And this is the system in general, the legal system, as well as the system of support for victims. This mostly comes down to data, which is something that has also been spoken about a lot today. We would like to properly capture the data, have accessibility to it, and also we would like there to be data transparency so that we could establish evidence-based models for evaluating the outcomes for victim survivors, and also to identify the most effective and successful solutions and scale them with the appropriate funding. So one thing that is missing for us is the data. We have no access really to any data. So without that data, and I know it's been talked about a lot, we get asked all the time, well, we passed this bill, what was the outcome of that? Have we reduced human trafficking? And it's very hard to say because we do not have arrest data and we do not have conviction data. So if there was some kind of legislative fix for that, I know we spoke earlier about that data being housed at UNLV, that would be hugely helpful to those of us working on the victim side so that we could have a proper lay of the land, essentially. That is about it for me. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We are happy to work with policymakers and anyone who is interested in meeting with us and following up or pursuing any kind of further education. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much. That was really informative. And are there questions from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any questions. And can you just explain how the Policy Council interacts with the statewide task force?
Several of the members of our Policy Council are on the task force. So Lynn is on our Policy Council as well as several other people. So we don't interact exactly directly with the task force, but because we have that membership, we receive updates from them.
Got it. Assembly Member Summers Armstrong.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation and information. I'm always curious about when people begin to speak about increasing the severity of punishment for participation in prostitution. And I guess I'm curious about where you all in your thought process on policy are making a delineation between those who are being trafficked, especially those as adults, to those who are trafficking them. So how are you, when you're talking about severity of punishment, what's your thought process there?
You know, I actually think that was a typo in this presentation, which someone else put together. I think that she meant that she wanted to strengthen the severity of punishment for the buyers. But as a policy council, we look at we look at everyone as a victim, obviously not the traffickers, but we look at anyone who is in that situation as a potential victim. But I can speak to the question of the buyers. I know it's a unique issue in Nevada because many of the buyers are tourists who come in. Even if they get arrested and charged with a crime, they fly out and they just think, well, I'll never have to deal with that. And so I think part of the hope in increasing the severity of punishment for buyers is not only to generate funds for victim services, but also to, in time, dissuade that sort of sex tourism that happens, as well as gain more convictions by essentially forcing people to come back and face those charges.
So thank you for that follow-up. So my follow-up question would be, have you all, just fiscally speaking, have you all thought about what this would mean for cost for our judicial system? Meaning if you're increasing penalties for people who are buyers, and so you're saying you want to arrest them, do we have the capacity? So now are we talking about building more beds and more jails to put these people, have them incarcerated? And are we looking at any of those things, right? I know we need funding, and you did mention just a second ago to raise more money, but would this be the best use of police and judicial power just to arrest more people? And is that really, and is there any other areas that have done this that have shown a decline in buying sex by doing those things?
I don't think I can't speak to the full council in answering your question, I'm sorry, but I can speak more generally and top level. I don't think that the idea is necessarily to put more people in jail or incarcerate buyers necessarily for this crime, although it might be argued that if you're purchasing sex from minors, you should be incarcerated. But through civil penalties we could raise additional funds to fund things like the Healing Center or the receiving centers that were discussed earlier. Some of the things that have been put forward, some ideas that we have talked about informally within the council but haven't all agreed upon yet are things like John schools that would force anyone arrested as a buyer to do education. I know members of the HEAT team mentioned earlier looking at eliminating business licensing for escort services. So those are more sort of the things that we're talking about around demand reduction, not so much locking people up and throwing them in jail. To answer your other question, we have not done a study about the costs of this. We would hope that it would be a net positive fiscally, so that, again, the hope in doing this would be not only to reduce demand for commercial sex, but also to generate funds to help victims.
Okay, thank you for that. I just think that we need to be clear. If maybe one of the folks from law enforcement or one of our legal folks could just clarify, are we or are we not currently arresting folks who are soliciting or been caught and being charged with sexual activity with minors? And then if that is so, would this then be, if that's already being done, then any increase in arrest would be for adults? Can somebody please clarify that for me?
I saw Lieutenant Roberts turn on his camera. I don't know if that was an indication that you were ready to take this question. Maybe not. We can certainly follow up, Assembly Member Summers Armstrong, since no one is jumping in to answer that. And I do think we've some of the previous presenters have logged off, but we will make sure that we get an answer to your question.
Thank you very much, Chair Scheibel, and thank you, Ms. Harvey, for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for Ms. Harvey? All right, I am not seeing any. So at this point, we will close agenda item number 7. We are nearing the end of our meeting here. We have one more presentation. That is agenda item number 8. We will welcome one of our colleagues from the Assembly, Assemblywoman Venetia Considine, as well as welcoming back Ms. Evans from the coalition. And I will hand it over to you, Assembly Member. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Scheibel, and thank you, Vice Chair, and all of the members who are still in taking all of this very heavy information and sticking around. I appreciate it. My name is Venetia Considine. I am the Assemblywoman for District 18. I was elected to this position in November of 2020. There was an existing BDR that former Assembly Member Connie Monk had that I took on, and the point of what became AB 214 was to relook at the sexual assault statutes, when NRS 200 starting at 364. Getting elected in November with the legislature starting in February and trying to bring together DAs and PDs and all of the community organizations felt to me like there was not enough time to be thoughtful and serious enough to come to agreement all the way across the board to change and update the sexual assault statutes. So AB 214 became essentially two items. The first was to remove the gender in the language in the sexual assault statutes so that it says person instead of a gender, or refer to any binary, non-binary person in particular. And the second portion of the bill was to create an interim study to bring all of these different entities together and look at the sexual assault statutes and update them. As was mentioned earlier by Serena Evans, right now, a sexual assault, the definition only includes like rape and penetration. There are no consent, or there are very little consent statutes involved in that. So those are the areas I think that the focus of this study will be. But to get more information and to explain more of what the goal of this study will be, I wanted to invite Serena Evans to talk about that, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. Great to be back in front of you again. Thank you all for committing such a long day to hearing us speak. And thank you to Assemblywoman Considine for that introduction. So kind of as she mentioned, Assembly Bill 214 had been a long time in the making. Former Assemblywoman Connie Monk really began this important work in conversation back in 2019. And so we're extremely grateful for her passion and are truly honored to really be carrying on this work. Big thank you to Assemblywoman Considine for carrying AB 214 in the 2021 legislative session. And so as we begin work on AB 214, I kind of want to talk about some of the previous work and input that has happened around this leading up to where we are now. So back in probably 2020, heading into the 2021 legislative session, we were repeatedly hearing from victim advocates and victim survivors throughout the state that our current definition of sexual assault is limiting and excluding. And so we kind of took that upon ourselves to bring folks together, do some research, and kind of start getting a better sense of what's happening. And so the National Center for Prosecution of Violence Against Women produced a sexual assault statutes compendium compilation back in 2016. In this report, Nevada is only one of 4 states that defines sexual assault as only rape or penetration. All other states have various acts of sexual violence defined, whether that be, sexual assault in the 1st degree, sexual assault in the 2nd degree. Some states define them by naming the act specifically. So sexual assault, sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, things like that. So we took this information, gathered a work group of sexual assault statutes throughout the state, and sexual assault statutes, sexual assault advocates throughout the state to talk about what does an ideal sexual assault statute look like for Nevada. And so what came up in that work group was that the current definition is excluding of many victim survivors' experiences, especially men and folks from the LGBTQ community. And they really wanted to focus on creating a more inclusive, comprehensive sexual assault statute. And so kind of in, a quick summary of what came out of that work group was that we need to revamp it. We need to create different levels of sexual assault and move away from only defining rape. All advocates preferred the idea of breaking down the definition to include different levels. So instead of or specifically naming the act, so rape, assault, misconduct, harassment, things like that. And they also expressed really wanting to enhance language around consent, as well as clearly defining an age of consent for Nevada. In this work group, I really want to make it clear that we did not even begin to address the issue around penalties. But what we do know is that in our work, we do walk that fine line of understanding that there needs to be criminal justice reform. And so it is not our intent to increase penalties for sexual assault. Rather, our hope is to work with public defenders, district attorneys, folks that are way more versed and more knowledgeable to create appropriate levels or assign appropriate levels of penalty for the various acts of sexual assault. As Assemblywoman Considine mentioned, we did briefly bring folks together before the last legislative session, but we were really running against the clock to get a good bill that everyone could jump on board with. And so we're committed to working on this throughout the interim, bringing together collaborators from different agencies, organizations, sectors, including advocates, law enforcement, PDs, DAs, victim survivors, to really put out some strong recommendations that has the support of everyone. We know this is a heavy uplifting, and if we don't have the support of all these different collaborators, it's not going to go anywhere. So we're really looking forward to continuing this work, coming up with some good language, and hopefully coming to the 2023 legislative session with strong recommendations.
Great. Are there questions from other members of the committee? Ms. Evans, I'm curious what the next steps are for the working group, or the study, if that's the right term.
Yeah, great question. Serena Evans for the record. I think the next steps are, so our working group that I briefly summarized some of the points where we're strictly victim advocates. So now the next steps are bringing in the PDs, bringing in the DAs. We've had previous conversations with them, but making sure that we're all working together, and I guess more or less coming up with a schedule of when we're going to meet, what our deadlines are. Assemblywoman Considine, if you want to step in and help with that, or Assemblywoman Marzola, I know you're doing a lot of the work here within the committee as well. The more the merrier. We would love to have whoever wants to be involved join this work group, and then our hope is to really come back to you all by, I believe August is when you're doing work session, to have some solid recommendations before you. So
fantastic. Yeah, and I would ask that you just share that information with me so I can share it with the members of the committee who may want to join you and our other partners. Are there any other questions for Ms. Evans? All right, I don't see any more questions. So that brings us to the end of our presentations for the day. We have made it through agenda item number 8, and we have remaining on our agenda public comment and adjournment. Before we go to public comment, I'll use this time to thank everybody for their commitment to the Interim Judiciary Committee. Thank you for spending so much time with us today. I also want you to know that you can expect that all of our meetings will be this long. I know it is a long day, and I really, really appreciate everybody sticking through it. I don't see a way around it when we have so little time and so much to do. And I think it's important that all of us be fully informed and that we be able to ask questions. And I think that once we get to session, time is our most precious resource. So whatever we can do on the front end to bring ourselves up to speed on the important issues that are going to come before judiciary, it will benefit us when we get back to session in the winter. So again, I'll also reiterate that just like today, in future meetings, I will take a short break in the middle and encourage everybody to turn off their cameras and walk away if they just can't take it anymore. I'm kidding. But if you can't, or if you need a sip of water to use the restroom, anything like that, I completely understand. I would just rather people do manage their own schedules and we not take the whole committee's time to take too many breaks and delays. And so again, I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate Assemblywoman Marzola, Assemblywoman Considine, both contributed to making this meeting possible, as well as our fantastic staff. And I will now move on to agenda item number 9, which is public comment. And broadcast, do we have anybody on the line for public comment?
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your telephone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner, calling from the Children's Advocacy Alliance regarding agenda item number 6 and your inquiry with Bridget Duffy. Particularly, I hope you will consider the ways in which we may refine policy or statute to ensure we afford systems the opportunity or ability to holistically address the needs of children. As a practitioner, a human services leader, and now policy leader, I can recount many times where a theme, issue, or challenge was identified, and as a system, we could not fully address the issues because a policy or law precluded the system from sharing data. Examples include HIPAA, FERPA, and now NRS. It's important to note that even HIPAA allows for exceptions, particularly disclosure to provide treatment. While I fully support protections that ensure confidentiality and stop children from escalating in systems like the penal system, I want to suggest that we can't so narrowly define policy or statute in ways that preclude systems that should be safety nets from effectively serving and helping children. I want to also suggest that the MOUs noted clearly demonstrates there is a need for greater communication and coordination that is not currently supported by statute or law. Accordingly, I implore you to partner with systems to ensure that our long-standing challenges with data sharing aren't barriers to getting Nevada's children the services they need. Thank you so much for your leadership on these issues. Hope you will consider the ways in which we may further refine our efforts to ensure that our children are afforded the supports that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel, and I want to thank the presenters for their presentations. I thought they did extremely well. Some of the information was very informative, and there were some things that I think maybe wasn't touched on, but I'll get to that in a minute. I'd like to finish up on my public comment that I started off earlier this morning. On number 2, the district court judge must set a hearing and rely only on the facts that would include any newly discovered evidence presented at trial of all the evidence that was withheld from trial, defense witnesses' testimony. If the witnesses are unable to locate that witness or they are deceased, their testimony from the trial or any other court proceedings must be considered as true. A, the district court must not consider or refer to any previous decisions made by any courts. B, if the district court judge is the same district court judge, the same judge in any of the previous court proceeding decisions, the district court judge must recuse himself. The petitioner may seek to have a change of venue of the petition for factual innocence posthumously heard in another county of his or her choosing. The courts will base its decision on what is before him or her without bias or prejudice. No previous orders from any state or federal court proceedings will be submitted to the courts. If there is an appeal, a hearing will be held in the Nevada Supreme Court and heard by all 7 Supreme Court justices, must be held, and all parties representing both sides must be able to present all the facts of the case. If the Nevada Supreme Court requires no hearing, then the Nevada Supreme Court must grant the petition for factual innocence posthumously. When the district court judge or the Nevada Supreme Court orders a hearing for a petition for factual innocence posthumously, then every ground that had been raised in any criminal or civil proceedings that has been before any court, whether state or federal, must be fully addressed, cited by supporting law in order to deny a petition for factual innocence posthumously, or it must be granted. Every petition for factual innocence must be published opinion. The Nevada Pardons Board may hold a factual innocence posthumous pardon. The defendant's administrator, executor, or relative may be appointed an attorney at no expense to them to represent the factual innocence posthumously case to the court or to the Nevada Pardons Board. Discovery, Nolan's Law. Once the defendant is arrested and charged with a crime, the reporting law enforcement agency must provide to the defendant and his or her representative with a copy of all the materiality and exculpatory evidence that was disseminated to the district attorney and is in the possession of the district attorney. Any additional copies of materiality and exculpatory evidence that is provided to the district attorney, whether it is from law enforcement agency or the district attorney's own investigator, the evidence must be provided to the defendant and his or her representative. When it is discovered that the law enforcement agency, district attorney, or public defender, private attorney has withheld evidence, refused, or neglected to investigate that would have supported the defendant's defense, the 2-year statute of limitations will no longer apply. The statute of limitations will then begin at the time of the discovery, whether it is discovered 2 years after conviction or 20 years or more. When a district attorney, public defender, defense attorney, or law enforcement agency commits perjury during any court proceedings, whether it is criminal or civil proceeding, the defendant is not barred by the statute of limitations of perjury, discovery, the removal of the 2-year statute of limitations. Newly discovered evidence, a motion for new trial may be made within the 2 years after the guilty verdict. However, some courts may deny the motion for new trial if they find that evidence was available and was not pursued prior to trial.
You're reaching your
Basically, in some cases.
So, if
okay,
you could,
yes, I have one.
Record, we didn't get that at the beginning.
Okay, I will do that. May I say something, comment on something on the domestic violence that wasn't brought up?
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes has concluded.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. Once again, to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Anne Marie Grant, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. Again, I am in support of the recommendations for a petition for factual innocence posthumously presented by Ms. Brown. And I'm going to continue with my example of the case where Brady violations took place. The victims in both the April 21st, 88 and May 9th, 1988 Payless shoe crime was convicted of said the suspect used a red and black knife. I've attached 3 composite sketches from the Payless victims and 1 from the 421 victim. On those composites, the 3 victims described the knife as red and black. DA Rachel presented Mr. Klein's brown buck knife with brass ends at trial to the victims, knowing they had described it as red and black in the reports that were withheld. The 3 victims also indicate the suspect had brown eyes. I've attached a photo of Mr. Klein showing he has bright, brilliant blue eyes and has always parted his hair down the middle. Also attached is a photo of Zarsky 20 plus years after the crimes, and he still parts his hair on the left and still resembles the composite sketch. Had these documents been turned over to the defense before trial, as they should have been, they would have called into question the credibility of witnesses. Even as an average citizen with no legal background, it's obvious that this was exculpatory in materiality and discoverable under Brady v. Maryland. There are many more examples of exculpatory evidence in this case that was not turned over, but I don't want to overwhelm you. There were over 200 documents found in the file, including exculpatory evidence favorable to the defendant and hidden by the prosecution, and his notes demonstrate he never turned it over. Through the estate of Mr. Klein, a writ of mandamus was filed with the district court, who deemed the handwritten notes of DA Ron Raychow proving his intent to withhold evidence and violate Brady to be a work product. Ms. Brown appealed to the Nevada Supreme Court, and GDA Paul Liparelli argued she was practicing law without a license. In essence, the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal without reviewing the merits of the case. If truth and justice are what our justice system is seeking, how can a clear Brady violation, evidence that would have affected the outcome of the trial, be deemed work product by a Nevada court? It should be noted that Mr. Klein's jury had been deadlocked for hours. Had the DA Ron Raychow turned over this evidence, the outcome would have been different. Over the last few years, Nevada has been on the road to justice reform. It must continue even for those who have passed away. The families of those still suffer a negative stigma and emotional burden because of the wrongful conviction. Please support a petition for factual innocence posthumously. Thank you.
Chair Scheibel, there are no additional participants wishing to speak at this time.
All right. If there's nobody else to give public comment, which you just told me there is not, then I'm going to give it just a minute to make sure. But I think that concludes our meeting for today. We will see you all again in a month, unless any of the members have any other questions or announcements, etc. All right, not seeing anything, I declare this meeting adjourned.